Because I'll be honest, the crab hostile takeover of Waterlungs is still one of the most memorable things that's happened to me in Dwarf Fortress this year. The giant crab hostile takeover is still phenomenal. One of the greatest things. Like, genuinely. I honestly think that that's still one of the greatest things that ever happened. It's just, why is there crabs everywhere? Oh god, they're breeding multiple times a season. We have 100. Oh no, there's 500 crabs. Oh god, whatever shall we do? Anyway, I think it's time to play some Dwarf Fort. What do you think, chat? Twitch chat, if you guys want, just for formality's sake, and for the sake of the people watching the VOD, you can now say, hi, YouTube. I'm not animating or making any of the better Twitch TV emotes, official emotes, or animated. I'm just gonna state that flat so you can stop asking. You can remind people that they exist. It's good that they exist, but that's not going to make its way to the animated section. Those are free. They're for the people. The people need them. The people need the free better Twitch TV emotes. I tell you. Going down the list, Diamond, is what I think you're doing. Speaking of, we have a growing legion of giant leopards. We also have some giant jaguars, although I don't think I actually have a breeding pair of them yet. But we do have baby giant leopards, which I think are exactly the same as normal giant leopards. So we've got giant murder paws, or giant murder beans. One of the two. And they are adorable. They live here in the circular barracks in the center. You know, I'm gonna try, actually, can I do that? No, I guess I can't, because it's not a named zone. Oh, well. I was thinking maybe I could make this into, like, link this to the training zone, but I can't. All right, so we've got a lot of dwarves to read, and there's also some dead ones, like this one. This dwarf, I'm actually not sure what just happened to them, but this dwarf died. This dwarf may or may not be a member of my fortress. There's been a lot of chaos going on recently, and by chaos, I mean thieves! We've discovered many different series of crimes, including one that implicates somebody named Czar Leather Trample, who is here currently, apparently, which I didn't actually know. This person, not only did this person steal my axe with the help of one of my other dwarves in the previous stream, but then they had the balls to show up with the axe still in their inventory. Chad, do I deal with this, or do I check who's... we read who's alive first, right? No, you can't cross species with anything, Celestine. You can't even make mules. Mules only exist if they're imported. Mules are impossible to make, which is funny. So yeah, this guy's still got my axe in his inventory. I thought I was never going to get it back. All right, we're gonna read through all the dwarves that are alive. We'll name new dwarves when migrant waves arrive, but the currently named dwarves are 404 Loud, Aether Null, Arclord II, Arcmaster 5000, Bastet, Other Arcmaster, Ballinair, Blazing Iceberg, Brainfist, Cat Dodger, Cold-Blooded, Cosmic Surfer, Darius Cardrin, Dominok, Dr. Niche, Dr. Special 420, Dr. Funk, DS, Elfie, Aeronamo, Glotmore, aka Fuzzatron, GM70, Grimnar 67, Ham, Holy Kai, Ice Hockey Player, Iron Pit, Jam Jalopy, Jetpack Tuxedo, J Fox, Kraken, Leander, Le Musketeer, Lord Ubda, Lucas Bat, Maladine, Midnight Winter, Might Be Goose, Mighty Rat, Moreb, Non-Major Nerd, who came back, by the way. The dwarves are slowly starting to come back from that very, very, very long trip that they went around the world 5 times with. Nunu Dudu, Phoenix Vaughn, Porslit, Quendelf, Rare Candy, Old School RuneScape, Raw Meats, Really Swifty, Rollbull, Rockar, where was I? Serious Salsa, Salty Tempest, Smithied, Sparky, Stone, aka Seashore's Wall, Stonecoat, Stormwolf, Talon Artho II, the Great Udolph, Two Lights, Spong Highlight, Tyrant Des, V-Boy Chaos, you're still alive, Vikingo, Recognize, Vixen Rose, and Extra Tack. Also, Ordith, yes, you did die. I want to say you had lava land on your head. We also have Unemployed Chaku, Terminal Wetness, and Big Bang A1, and Shatnar, as well as Diamond Destruct, Psyomegas, Neezer, Kashmir Ghost, Baka Glast, Andre, the regular guy, Azrael, and Madwall Cure. I'm assuming they'll come back eventually because they've started coming back in migrant waves. So I hope they start coming back. Anyway, so we found a crime. What's up, Allie? We found a crime. So, Czar, this person, Czar Polygroped, or who's married to Ape Polygroped. So, this is interesting. So, this dude, I wonder if you were friends with the other guy. Because... Oh, Tikwa's your niece. Luthra is your niece. Interesting. So Tikwa was here once before, I think, who tried to steal one of my things once, but we weren't able to catch her. This guy, Catslet, this person, has been implicated in crimes before, trying to convince people to do things. This guy, previously... stole an item off the edge of the map. We killed the dwarf that this person stole the item from, and he still has it in his inventory, which is Oren Isaac. This person is married to Ape, who is a necromancer, and there was another dude who, if I actually go to organizations, yes, this person right here, Ape Polyground is the boss of this faction. Right beneath it was this guy, Ked. Ked previously showed up twice, tried to steal artifacts twice, was imprisoned once, showed up a second time, and we killed him. Okay? So, this guy, Ked, was also married to Ape Polygroped. What can I do to this thief? I can hit J and go to the justice screen because I interrogate Momake Plays. I interrogated Momake Plays before we convicted Momake Plays of the crime. The crime was the theft of the Boars of Splattering. This is the Boars of Splattering. Okay, so this is the battle axe that was stolen. Now, because Momake Plays, before they were killed by the captain of the guard during their beating, or actually, no, the captain of the guard's, like, second in command, one of the soldiers, before the execution, it was just supposed to be a beating. They were very enthusiastic, and, you know, push comes to shove, and then the dwarf wasn't breathing anymore. I mean, it's just their fault for not being strong enough. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the fact that they hit him with a steel sword, okay? This dwarf, before they died, named Tsar Leather Temple as the person that corrupted them. So now I can schedule an interrogation with Tsar Leather Temple, who's also probably trying to interrogate other people now, or turn other people to his side. Then almost immediately, my captain, the guard, appears, who may or may not have killed two of my dwarves in the past. That's fine. They're dealing with the unhappy ones, usually. They commit vandalism, and then we commit sword and face. And I think it's a fair exchange. It's not police brutality. It's just, I don't know, bad fortress management. Anyway, I'm going to lock that door with the cat in here. Now what we're going to see is we're going to see this guy. We can hit this button. Now, if anything new pops up, more names show up. So they're implicating Unib, who's one of my dwarves. So they said, well, I confessed to this. You can always see he's confessed to it. Czar is confessed after being implicated by Momake Plays. He also confessed to the attempt of stealing the pulley of worship. So he's got 2 crimes that he's confessed to. The one that he was implicated in, and now also the one that he just committed, which is the plot to steal another one of my artifacts. Now that we've gone through all of that, he's also named one of my dwarves that he's tricked to go to his side. So what I can do is I can go to this intelligence screen and go all the way to the bottom, and I can click on his name down here, which is Zar the Bard, the human bard, Zar Zangaroxa. So let's see what they've done. Okay, so they met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information, and the subject naively complied. The subject confessed to theft. The subject used Abil Parch Channel as an alias in the past. I don't think I saw that one, but maybe I did. In the early summer of 112, the human bard Zar, the sprayed confederacies, corrupted Unib in order to have a subject in Sunbirths. They met with Unib and made a threat, and Unib was too afraid to comply. The subject revealed in the early winter of 112 that Unib plotted to steal the pulley of worship under the influence of subject. Now, because I have these 2 new crimes here that are both implicating this person, I can take both of these and interrogate him on behalf of both of these. So maybe he'll tell me what his boss is. Let's find out. Let's let this dwarf run over here and do these 2 interrogations. It's interrogation 1 probably done. Satisfied at work. Excellent. He's probably also training his skills, so it's good to, like, you know, do a lot of these because they gain skills in, like, Judge of Intent. Judge of Intent. That is basically the judge of character. I think they also train Intimidator sometimes for this, depending on who they're interrogating. But let's see if we find out anything else from this. So we interrogated him a second time down at the bottom, made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject complied out of fear of the negotiator, and the subject confessed to theft. No new information. Okay, so let's try the second one, because I think the second one still needs to go through. Already interviewed. I need to queue that up. So I also need to arrest this guy. So let's go to the confessions. Let's convict him. And then convict him. So he's been convicted for both of his crimes here. The one problem I have with this is it doesn't actually tell me who his boss is. I haven't confirmed that. Although I know that his boss is his wife because it's his wife. I mean, like, and she's a necromancer. We have a statue of her. Okay, so he does the interrogations, and now he's going to beat him because he's a criminal. Did I get anything new out of the final interrogation? Compelled out of fear. All right, well, we do know that we do know that this guy is a member of the Carillion group, a former member of the Fellowship of Aunts, a member of the Folded group, and a member of the Belted Kingdoms. And he gets beaten pretty bad. Once again, this may also, quite literally, if I go to the intelligence, because it is telling me that no new information was revealed. Oh, here we go. Interesting. There's now another member to this. So we have the 2 thieves. So yeah, it's still just Ked. This is still Ked. This is the guy that has been here multiple times. I thought we killed him, but I guess not. So now what I need to do is I need to open up this door, and I need to convict Unib, I suppose, although he's probably just going to go interrogate first. Because I don't think I actually interrogated Unib, but we'll try. There you go. Now you're going to go and do that. Is anybody going to chain this guy up? What actually was your conviction for that? Conviction? Oh. Well, apparently he's not going to prison for that. Did you drop my artifact at least? Well, he also dropped a bunch of teeth. Okay, he did drop my artifact, so that part is good. Which means I'll be getting my artifact back. So let's see what happens with this artifact. We'll let him go. I mean, if they don't want to imprison him, we'll let him go. But I'm curious to see if they'll just put that back on the pedestal. Let's just put the artifact on a pedestal. Let's queue it up for a pedestal. Because that's a battle axe. And there it is, the lead battle axe. Just want to make sure it ends up in the right place. They're all just removing the teeth first. Go figure. The next interrogation is also going through right now. We are interrogating this dwarf. I kind of... Okay. So Unib confessed. I don't think we got anything else new. Check with Unib. Made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was too afraid to not comply. Subject confessed to theft. Now, I have a question. Who do I implicate in this crime? Unib or Czar? Czar is the one who keeps coming back and causing the problems. But Unib is now corrupted. Hello, Laya. It's good to see you. What do you think, Chad? Punishment, uncorrupt them? I think so, because I've had dwarves get corrupted and then still commit the crime later after being interrogated. But if they get convicted, it seems to fix them, although half the time in this fort, at the very least, they just die. So, it's hard to say, really, just because of how violent this fort is when crimes are committed. This is an ice cold fort to get convicted in, yeah. I think I'm going to convict Unib. Because they did commit the crime. So we'll follow Unib. Or intent to commit the crime, rather. Really need to put the mugs somewhere more convenient. All right, so they are going to prison, looks like. Yeah, they're just going to prison. All right, so that dwarf's not going to die, but they are going to go to prison. Now let's see where Czar, our criminal, is. Okay, already left. Wait, no, never mind. They would be in the screen. Duh. Is leaving. Actively. And failed to steal my artifact once again. You escaped this time, Czar! But we will be watching for when the strange pikeman returns, labeled as a bard, for you are not very good at lying, my dude. This fort's been entertaining as hell. I don't know. I think that whole chunk needs to turn into a highlight for YouTube. So because Smitchell got buried in that, I just want to say, to those of you who missed it, we just got raided by Smitchell. Should go give her a follow. Click on the heart at the top of the screen for more dwarfs. Generally is on before me. God, that's a banger. What's up, Beardopotamus? I hope the dwarfs was good. It's Mitchell. Uh-oh. Someone slipped into depression. So, crimes, parties, drinks, beer. This fort's been nothing but entertaining. It's not like the most directly violent fort I've done in a while, aside from the mass murder of puppies. Whoops, not the giant leopards. Not the giant leopards. Those we're keeping. Aside from the mass murder of puppies, this fortress hasn't been that violent. But like, I love the melodrama of this fort. Like, I want to watch the animated series about the necromancer and her really crappy, very elderly husband who keeps trying to steal artifacts for his wife and failing horribly and getting beaten up every time he shows up. It's just way too entertaining. It's like, well, yeah, you are the necromancer's husband, and she keeps sending you to try and steal my shit. We keep catching you and then beating the ever-living shit out of you and then releasing you. It's like Yasma and Kronk. Yeah, sure. Like, that's not far off. Like, that's around where my brain was thinking. Sure, maybe not melodrama, but it's like a Dwarf Fortress rom-com equivalent, I suppose. And then every now and again, this fortress goes into a bar fight and half the people die. Like, it's pretty good. Also, we have a giant mosquito. So we have that. We also just have a king snake. I bought the king snake because I thought it was cool. But we have a giant mosquito. Kill it? No. No, that's Steve. I don't know. I don't actually have a name for it. I mean, it's a lady. So that's Veronica. You don't kill Veronica. Veronica lives here. Veronica exists. You cannot hurt the mosquito. No killing the mosquito. In fact, it's available as a pet. Diamond's just like, kill it with fire! Throw it in the volcano! Burn it! It's a domesticated giant mosquito, yes. We bought it from the elves, okay? I think it's the only legitimate politician in this entire fort. Off with its head. Behead the mosquito. But yes, no, this is my giant mosquito. It is friend. It is pet. Here in this house, we love the giant mosquito. Except that the giant mosquito exists. We will legitimatize its reason to life to live, and we will permit it to continue to live. It is friend. We love the giant mosquito. Contrary to popular belief, this mosquito actually isn't giant. This is a normal-sized mosquito from Manitoba. Just ask anybody from Manitoba. They'll agree. It's a very bootleg vampire. Maybe vampires are just very bootleg mosquitoes. Mosquito brain biscuits for everyone. All right, so we still need more bedrooms. That is still the issue that we ended yesterday off with, I think. Yeah, no, we are very short on bedrooms. So I'm going to cram more bedrooms into this place. I'm kind of thinking about actually going down to the lava layer down here, or the layer with the forges, and making this area here look less just like that. And vampires are mosquitoes with a big ego. Sure. And like expanding on this area a little bit and making it into a bit more of a hub, and then putting a bunch of bedrooms down here is kind of what I was thinking. I mean, there's so many like legendary tales about like the forests in Manitoba of like, oh, like somebody committed a crime and, well, the greatest punishment you could give them is just letting them run off into the forest because they won't survive the night. They'll be eaten alive by the insects. Like, yeah, of course you just let them go because, like, what are they gonna do? Hide? You don't hide from mosquitoes. There's something kind of creepy about that to me. Like, well, the insects will get to them. Pastry? I see pastry in chat. Who's making pastry? Is somebody making winter pastries? Please share. If you don't bring enough for the whole class, it's not fair to tell. Or at the very least, post pictures. Please. Oh yeah, Elfie, dumb question probably. How often do I need to water a cactus? I feel like I asked this the other day, but like I'm like questioning it again. Manitoba is labeled on maps as untamed wilds. That's actually not inaccurate for large portions of Canada. It might want to drink. I water the fern every other week. And also, how much of a drink does it need? Because the fern gets, like, a non-trivial amount of water. Because the fern is, like, a local fern to here. I've done temple-focused forts before. The problem I find with temple-focused forts, this isn't a bad thing, really, is I feel like I always get really attached to the concept of having a fort focused on one very particular religion and then get nobody from that religion. So, temple-focused forts are fun. I just need to learn to be less attached to, you know, the particular religion that I chose at the beginning of the fort. That's about it. I feel like I always think back on them as very frustrating because it's like, man, I wanted this particular god to take over, and then, like, not a single dwarf worships that god. It's like, well, how could you not worship the goddamn giant chinchilla? Like, what is wrong with you? You're supposed to worship the goddamn chinchilla. It's a giant chinchilla. You worship the chinchilla. Stupid dwarfs. Yeah, I have a spritz bottle. We're okay on that regard. You give your cactus a couple of drops every couple week or so? Okay. Probably water it about as often as the fern, then. Canada is a huge country, and most of it is unfit for human habitation. It depends on how insane you are. I mean, there's people almost everywhere in Canada. They just get very spread out very quickly. All right, we'll go with that for a good chunk of these. And then the next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to go down to that stockpile that I made and remove mugs from it. Goblets, sure. Is mug not listed as a thing? I guess not. Guess they're all just considered goblets. All right. Let's jump up to here. And then just make a stockpile for goblets. I mean, technically, Dwarf Fortress, Bojortiski, the viewer over on the YouTube chat, technically, Dwarf Fortress was born in 2003. It was a 3-month side project. But I'm only going to allow metal. And the only reason we're going to allow metal is because I'm about to make a bunch of metal mugs, or goblets specifically. We're going to improve the quality of our goblets. Chat, okay, so let me ask you a question here. Sterling silver, Billin. I don't have the stuff to consistently make black bronze. or steel goblets? Oh, no, absolutely. You absolutely can. Whenever I do temple-focused or religion-focused runs, I almost always end up focusing heavily on one. Sterling silver? I don't know about that. I have too many drink-related emotes already. Sterling silver? Okay. I'll just set up a repeating job for sterling silver, and we'll make 40 sterling silver mugs. I also need to get Steelworks up and running again because currently we're running low on pig iron. I'm just going to make a job right here. Oh. Never mind, I can't do that. Moat not full, so thus lava moat still filling. Well then. Okay, well, I mean, it's almost full. So I gotta wait a little bit on that. Poor design on my part. But speaking of right. I need to make some coffins down in the basement, methinks. Or put some coffins down in the basement. Let's see. Is there any here with no dwarf assigned? Because dwarves that have no dwarf assigned, or coffins that have no dwarf assigned, need dwarf assigned. There's one. So if they don't automatically assign themselves to one, just means that I have to do this. All right. There we go. I feel like that would be really hard to show, like, because like I've thought about that a couple times, G-Fin. I feel like that would be very difficult to like display in emote form. That is terrifying, Diamond. Also, the giant camels are multiplying. So that's good. So there's a few different rooms I would like to improve. Obviously, this is one of them, this whole area. I also really want to improve this room right here. This is my Doctor's Guild. I think that we could make this significantly nicer. We could put some tables and chairs in here. I think we can put some chests and some statues. Once I actually get statues. I think I could probably also put some pedestals and put some doctory items into here, maybe some gems or something. We have to make this area a little nicer because let's be honest, I've just got this like empty room basically just sitting here that never fully satisfied them. So got to improve that just ever so slightly, I think. So Twitch doubled the number of animated emotes that we get, Laya. So I've animated Crypt Water and Crypt Lava. So we now have two new animated emotes. And we get 3 new animated emotes. So we have 2 open slots for static emotes and potentially more if we animate current static emotes, basically. And apparently if I use Twitch's alerts, I can get 2 more. I'm undecided as to whether or not I want to do that, but maybe. Basically, Twitch is twisting our arms, saying, "Hey, if you use our alerts, you get more emotes." But sinks? Maybe. You know, we could do like a Gorlak Arrive emote. Just like a Gorlak off in the distance, and then... Maybe. There we go. That increased that value. Let's just put some large gems on these. Like large pineapple opal. Large emerald cut red pyrope. I've said this a dozen times already. There's no way I'm going to do that because I don't like lick emotes. I'm okay with having a static one. I do not like lick emotes at all. At all. They just make me uncomfortable. It's that simple. Okay, so this is gonna take a little bit to refill, but we'll fill quickly once this is full, because it is almost full. But it's got another layer to go up to. It is already filling up on this layer though now, so it just needs this to get all the way around. This side will fill up pretty quickly as other things are filling up, but it's filling up on this side. It's full all the way along the front. And then once this is full all the way over to here, then we'll have the underground area again. I've also said that I'm not animating the glass. I realize that it's just like you guys are going through this again, but Diamond, you were here earlier when I said that I don't want to animate the Crypt Beer emote. I don't want to complicate the Crypt Beer emote. I like the Crypt Beer emote as it is, and I don't really want it to change. Basically, none of the glass in hand emotes are going to get animated. Those are all staying the same. I think that the beer emote is perfect the way it is. Basically, the ones that I'm thinking about potentially animating are the dwarves, or the Dwarf Fortress related ones. Mostly because they are the most used emotes. If I were to just make a new animated emote, it would probably be some sort of stab emote. Like just a hand holding a sword. I think that would be a particularly good emote, because that could combo with all of the dwarfs as they currently sit. But I was looking at the less popular dwarf emotes, things like Crypt Zoom, things like Crypt Pick, and maybe asking Cooler to animate one of those and then getting more individual dwarf emotes, because that's what it gives us the ability to do, more or less. Like, if we were to, say, animate Crypt Pick, then I could remove the normal Crypt Pick, and it would probably increase the usage of the animated one. And then we could have another variant of, like, I don't know, a dwarf with a sword or something. Because then he could also be, like, mining something. I know people have, like, suggested, like, the Crypt Zoom, but, like, you know, the ones where they just, like, shoot by? So if you put a bunch of them in a row, it looks like a bunch going in a train. That could be cool. I'd be okay with that. People seem to really want animated Vile Force of Darkness. Which could be interesting. What we could actually do with Vile Force of Darkness is, right now it's 2 emotes, right? We could blend Vile Force of Darkness into one animated emote and make it scroll. Could do something like that. Or maybe, like, have, like, the arms moving or something like that. That could also be interesting. And then that would free up 2 slots. But the problem is I get weirdly attached to my emotes. Yeah, that one could also work. I don't know what you mean, Diamond. Sometimes I can translate what you're writing, sometimes I can't. This time I can't. Also need to expand the kids zone into this area so that they can reach these bedrooms. This is a slow process. All right. I think you have to be careful with the number of frames that you put into these things. I mean, like, I have Crypt Bois, which has a lot of frames, right? But I think you have to be careful, because it is a very small image. Like, a dwarf mining and then suddenly lava appearing could be neat, but you're very limited on space. So it would either be really cool or completely impossible to decipher, right? And I have faith in Cooler's animation ability. I think Cooler is a pretty talented artist, so I'm not too worried in that regard. It's just a question of, it would take a lot of time to make, and do I want to pay a couple $100 for an emote? Because that's usually like, especially when we're talking about an emote that takes like 14, 15 hours to animate. Like, if we're talking about like multiple work days, like Crypt Bois was multiple work days. That emote? Like, we could do it, but it would just end up costing me a lot of money. So I think about simpler options before I think about the more complicated ones. As cool as like the super animated ones are. Cooler's great. Yeah, no, I like Cooler's art a lot. Like, it's funny. There was one time I was paying Cooler, he's like, man, that seems like a lot. It's like, this is what I would pay anybody for this emote, and also, like, your emotes directly make me money. And he goes, I don't agree with that. I don't think my emotes directly make you money. I'm like, no, I get a paycheck partially because of your emotes. Bed, not bad. What? I can write. Make 30 beds. Probably don't need that many, but don't know how many chests and cabinets I have, so let's find out. None. And you have some cabinets. Yes. A few cabinets, actually. From the old opening would be neat. That would be neat. I almost want to just take like a screenshot of the old opening and just make it a better Twitch TV emote. Just go with the free option on that. All right, let's get 8 more bedrooms made. Let's go to here. Let's go to the kids one. Let's flood fill this. And hello, Fernando, over on the YouTube side of things. I think the one that I see the most that I've seen the most interest so far today is an animated Vile Force of Darkness. So I think that's probably what I'm gonna look at next. Because that seems to be one of the most consistently requested things. At least from my base experience here of staring at what you guys are asking for. So I think that's probably what we'll work on. It's an animated Vile Force of Darkness. Are we making rock blocks currently? We are currently making rock blocks, okay. Cheers, enjoy the VOD, Fernando. Okay, let's go down this way. See if I can just use microcline all the way around this. Need more microcline blocks, but that's okay. We'll get more pretty quick, I think. Especially considering I also just have these boulders lying around. Oh. Okay. Off to work. Don't work too hard. Okay, well, let's pause this and just go blocks. Microcline, do that on repeat, please. I kind of just want to move like this masonry industry or the stone cutting industry. There was somebody who left a comment on one of my tutorials the other day, stating that the entire tutorial was out of date and incorrect purely because at one point in the video I slip up and say stone mason instead of stone cutter. Like, this video's out of date and no longer relevant due to this bit. It's like, well, I'm sorry I recorded it 3 days after, you know, or maybe like even a day or two after acquiring a copy of the game that changed the terminology for the first time in like 10 years. So, sorry about that, but I'm pretty sure it's still relevant. Disagree. Okay, what's rotten though? Unless it's just dispersing? Must have just dispersed. Must have been some rotten meat or something. Sounds like little bro shouldn't be watching tutorials if they're such a monster. No, I mean, it's fine. I just think it's funny that they're just like, nope, this whole tutorial's out of date. Wrong. It's like, come on. It's like, I mean, you're not wrong. I did say something incorrect, but also, come on. One piece of terminology is wrong. How about getting a cut emote? I mean, we already have crypt water. A cut emote. I guess the question I would ask is, would people use it? You know? I mean, like, I know what people watch me for. I'm aware. I'm aware that, like, a large portion of my audience is only here for Dwarf Fortress. I'm not against the idea. Plant merchant? Ural? Trying to imagine what that would look like in emote form. I always just say, okay, go make your own then, Skypone. Someone say Dwarf Fortress? Nope. No one said Dwarf Fortress. That is a myth. Or, Dwarf Fortress was my father. Anyway. I was here for Elf Palace. Tree Fort, more like. Treehouse? Yes. Elven Treehouse. Let's get the rest of this made into microcline. Yeah. I mean, sure. I think the situation that's happened, Diamond, is like the dwarf emotes are the most used regardless of the game that I play, right? It's not like a matter of like making a different audience happy. Those are just the ones that get used the most by an order of magnitude. So I'm a little bit reluctant when it comes to like the skeleton emotes and the other emotes to add more like that or things that aren't dwarf related, because at this point, those little dudes are just kind of like the mascots of the stream, to the point where it's kind of difficult to, you know, step away from that. Like a nose. Crypt sails off in an arc. Yeah, I don't know what that would look like. So I need to make a better masonry zone. I might do that over here, like up in this corner. 404 load has become a planter. Did you just grow up? I think you did. Yeah, you're 18. We've got a brand new adult. 404 is now all grown up. Which means you can now explore the rest of the fortress, 404. You're a very happy dwarf, too. I'm old Greg. I mean, yeah. But yeah, no, so that's just something that I'm going to be thinking about over the weekend, is going, what can we do for emotes? Because we got to think of something. Got to think of something. And we'll think of something. Crossbow dwarves work, though. What? Wouldn't Crypt Bug be like a Mantis Man or something? Also, I'm noticing I haven't gotten a single notifier about ads today. They break the thing again? Or did I break the thing again? Okay, so they completely... I stopped getting ad notices. Damn it. So ads have been running and I haven't seen notifiers for them. I've tried turning them on again. I don't know if I'll get them. Wait, is it somebody's birthday? What? Whose birthday is it? Oh, this dwarf, yeah. This dwarf is focused, exclamation point. That's actually really good. That's like the best status that this dwarf can be in. It means that all of this dwarf's needs were met. Well, I can't wait for your soul to slowly be crushed now that you're an adult. What's the big idea with this fort? We have a command, Almighty, which is exclamation point goals. So if you type in exclamation point goal, not goals with an S, just G-O-A-L. I said it wrong, that's my fault. It'll tell you approximately of what I'm trying to do. But this fort has become like basically a weaponsmith's paradise with some of the, probably the biggest weaponsmiths guild in the entire world. And so the result is all of our artifacts are weapons. And because we are also the only tavern in the far, 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 far south, we get lots and lots of visitors, and we get lots and 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 lots of people trying to steal my artifacts. And we've got like reoccurring characters now that keep showing up and trying to steal my shit. Sometimes effectively and sometimes ineffectively. And sometimes we have people showing up to steal my stuff and then like getting arrested, going to prison, and then coming back again like a week later. And it's been an entertaining like circle of fun. So, you know, especially courtesy. Wait, what? Oh no, that's the one that's in a cage, I think. So it's like a matter of constantly checking these and trying to spot baddies as they walk onto the map, and trying to deal with baddies and very suspect characters, which is entertaining, I gotta say. Speaking of scholar, I think that poet left. There was another human poet here that was related to the other guy, but I think he left. Which step are we in? Step 1. The lava cannon currently looks like this. It's very unfinished. This is the current lava cannon base structure. We have the base structure up to the level that it needs to be on. It's all the way up here. But it's got a lot of way to go. A lot of way to go. A lot of way to go. So, you know, it's a process building this lava cannon. It's a process. Yeah, with the stuff still in their inventory, which happened earlier today. So that's what today's been. It's been like a lot of crimes, and it's been fun. No idea. I have several suspicions. Ham in the YouTube chat. I have several suspicions, but do I know exactly why it started? No. It was likely a dwarf witnessed another dwarf starting to steal an artifact and then probably started a fist fight, and usually that just kind of ends with people screaming, and when dwarves start screaming, then fists start flying, and when fists start flying, the dwarves die pretty fast, generally. Hold on, I need to check something. No more of them have returned. All right, so I need to add to this squad because I just had a dwarf die that was in this squad. I'm thinking, let's throw, not somebody from the Cold Citadel. Yeah, actually, you know what, screw it. Let's throw somebody, let's throw Votak, the Cold Citadel, into this squad to run this squad. Down here. We're preparing to commit lava crimes against the world. No, we're preparing to go into all-out war because we've moved the mountain home down here. Our king is here even though the queen died here, but now the queen's son is now the king. And the actual faction is currently at heavy war with these humans. Like, we are just far enough away that they just haven't attacked us yet. And I'm not complaining. I was kind of hoping we'd get attacked, but meh. I don't mind that we're not. The caverns have been very entertaining. So we're going to go after this human faction pretty soon. Because if we actually look at news and rumors... Okay, not so much now, but yeah, there's stuff up here getting invaded. But that's part of a different faction. They've been invading my faction basically the entire time. Did I make a safe place for the artifacts? Safe is relative. I mean, the artifacts mostly go in here, in the Weaponsmiths Guild. But everybody can see them. So when crimes are committed, everybody knows immediately. And I get like 30, 40 reports of the crimes, which is what I want. I want to be able to convict the criminals. If they're completely inaccessible, then you don't get criminals. We're going after criminals. And, you know, it's fun to convict criminals and then throw them in the lava moat. Who doesn't like doing that? I mean, come on. If you don't like throwing your criminals into the lava moats, where's the fun? Curse you ads? God damn it. Wait. Did you just get stuck in ads, or was that you just saying curse ads with no real context? Somebody help out Cold-Blooded with the ads problem. Let's just remove the ads. Remove all ads. Sub everybody. All right. Okay, so let's figure out what I'm working on here. What would I say to someone who's afraid of DF due to its complexity? DF isn't complex, it's obtuse. Well, okay. DF isn't hard, it's obtuse. It's complex. Dwarf Fortress is a very, 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 very easy video game. It just takes a while to learn because there's a lot of weirdness. Once you wrap your brain around the weirdness, it becomes a very easy video game. I think a lot of people get caught up on that initial weirdness and then psych themselves out of actually trying. It's no more difficult to learn to play Dwarf Fortress competently than it is to learn to play Civilization competently. The difference is Civilization starts you off with a very, 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 very blank map. And then you get to play your first 20 games knowing absolutely nothing about the very basic strategies of Civilization. But you learn to have fun pretty quick. Dwarf Fortress is the exact same, where, yeah, you'll have no fucking clue what you're doing for the first 100 hours. But very quickly, you'll start having fun. I think a lot of people look at games like Civ and go, oh my god, this is like a nightmare game to learn. But once you've played 4 games, you realize that it's fun even if you don't know what you're doing. If you streamed Civ and you have no idea what you're doing, you'll get made fun of constantly and told that you're bad. But if you're just learning it on your own time, it can be a enjoyable experience. And for Dwarf Fortress, yeah, it might take you a while. In older versions of the game, I would argue for some people it was an unpleasant experience learning the game because there's so much nuance you need to learn when playing a keyboard-only ASCII game if you're not used to that kind of thing. But for people that were already used to that kind of thing or okay with that type of learning curve, they got into it really quick and loved it. For somebody who is not used to that kind of thing, this version of the game is significantly easier to learn than it was previously. Dwarf Fortress has never been a hard game. It can be if you make it hard, but by default, especially if you're running on most settings on default, Dwarf Fortress isn't a hard game. But it is a very obtuse game. So that's what I would say to somebody who's too scared to learn Dwarf Fortress. If you're afraid to learn a video game, I don't know. Maybe just play Call of Duty. But if you want to, it is worth the time. That's the main thing. But you have to want to. There you go, Cold-Blooded. And thank you, Devil Dawn, for gifting the subscription. ASCII made you go cross-eyed. Yeah, I mean, it's a certain type of thing for a certain type of person, and I don't think everybody's willing to put the time in to learn an ASCII game, and that's fair.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Moving all these stoneworkers' shops. That has been hosed with deadly dust. Mix soap in a well. Dwarves will bathe themselves if there's soap in a well. And then after that, it's just a matter of time. If it's already covered in deadly dust, there's just deadly dust everywhere, and there's not much you can do about it. The elves have arrived to trade once again. Did they bring giant mounts for trading this time? The big caravan. No, I'm calling Vim soft. You have to be a very soft person to learn Vim. Very smooth palms. A lot of time spent at computers. Not a lot of time outside chopping wood. Alright, let's just sell gems. That being said, nothing wrong with learning Vim. Maybe learn Vim. I need to cut more gems. Let's just cut 50 gems. I actually don't even know if I have a gem cutter. They don't need to be the highest quality, though. Yeah, and that's the best, and taking a question out of YouTube, or a statement out of YouTube here, like, that's the best portion of learning Dwarf Fortress, Casey, is when you're still having fun learning how to get across, like, past the basic enemies. It's like, if you enjoy that process, then that's some of the best part of the game. To like Dwarf Fortress really hard, you have to create your own stories in your head. It might not be for everyone. There was a negative review for Dwarf Fortress that I really agree with, which was a negative review on the Steam version. They put like 50 hours into the game, so I'm not discounting this one as just like you didn't put enough time in. But this was coming from somebody who really likes the more strategy kind of colony builders in games like this. And they basically described Dwarf Fortress as fantasy game Mad Libs with a video game strapped to it. Where, what is Dwarf Fortress really? Dwarf Fortress is a game that you can play where you simulate a colony of dwarves, yes. What else is Dwarf Fortress really? Well, it's a simulated world full of enough prompts that you can imagine a very detailed plot line in any fort. That's what it is. Are you interested in paying attention and learning detailed plot lines for a fort of dwarves that is simulated on your computer like a fish tank? If yes, this game's absolutely for you. If no, you'll enjoy this game, but you won't get thousands of hours out of it. Emergent storytelling is what I mean? Sure, but when people think about emergent storytelling, they think about when you walk into a room in an RPG and there's a body on a floor and a note stuck to a wall and you can read the note. That's what people think about when they think about, like, in-world storytelling. And when people think about immersion storytelling, they think about, like, a character in Shadow of Mordor, sorry, showing up and, like, yelling that you stabbed him before. That's what people think of. Dwarf Fortress, you have to dig deeper than that. Right? Like, there's an emergent story happening with literally every single one of these visitors. And if I dig, I could find it. But most people don't even know how to grab a shovel in the first place in this game, let alone how to dig, right? That's the issue, is Dwarf Fortress hides its emergent storytelling very well, which I think is a benefit to the game. I also think it's a negative for the game. I like the fact that Dwarf Fortress hides its depth very effectively, but I think that some people would enjoy the game more if it spoon-fed it to you easier. But I guess that just kind of goes back to this game isn't quite for everybody. It's for a lot of people, but it's not for everybody. It's less that I'm not into CK2 and more that I'm not into Paradox-style grand strategy games. It's like, in theory, I would love CK2. I don't want to stare at a map for hours. Like, it's for the same reason I don't stream, like, Civ. I don't want to stare at a map. That's not why I play games. I need more than a map. I need something a little bit more tactile, other than just like an icon and name and a map. I've tried playing CK2. I understand why CK2 is good. I understand why people like that game. I understand why CK3 is good. I understand why people like that game. I don't want to play it, is the problem. And also there's the fact that Paradox kind of sucks right now. But yeah, let's do this. Let's trade. Trade. What did you bring me this time, you pointy-eared bastards? Alright, Great Horned Owl, okay. Normal Great Horned Owl? Horse, okay. Giant Crow! Big coin grabber. I will absolutely take the Giant Crow. What else they bring me? Hold on, I need to blow up my mouse wheel. This is not me blowing my nose, I swear. I know it might sound that way. Let's see if that works. Nope, it did not. Oh, no, it did. Need like mouse wheel lubricant or something. I'm not gonna buy the normal Great Horned Owl, but I am going to buy that giant burb. A new mouse might help, certainly. I could also, like, unscrew the screw in the bottom, underneath the foot, which I've done before, pull the top off and clean it. Or I could, you know, throw this whole mouse into a landfill. That's also an option. All right, well, I bought their berries, and I'm buying their berries and stuff, and then we'll throw gems into here. Yeah, I usually, even to my detriment, sometimes will just try and repair things. Like, I'd rather try and fix this mouse and break it, then throw it in a landfill, than just throw it in a landfill. Googling mouse ball lube. Good luck with that. A first world person can have usually? No. Cleaning my electric razor is worse. But no, I think the most disgusting experience a first world person, this first world person has ever had was probably a tie between that time a guy started puking at one end of the store I worked at and didn't finish puking until he was out the side door, which was about 11 meters away. I had to clean that up. Or the time that I had to clean up after a knife fight. That was pretty bad. The police took, like, the guys away, and one of the guys went away in a hospital, but, like, there was blood everywhere, and I had to clean that blood up. And then there was another time a lady took a shit on the floor because we refused to serve her because she assaulted one of my coworkers. Those are probably the three most disgusting things I've had to do. There was also the time that somebody left a fish head in the toilet, just, like, peeking out of the bottom of a toilet, which was hysterical until I grabbed the fish head to throw it out. And then realized that all of its guts and backbone were still attached. That was also pretty gross. Where the hell did I work? McDonald's. Night shift. For way too long. Quit that job in 2018. So. Yeah. Cleaning staff. Yeah. It's funny when people ask me, they're like, you seem smart. Like, are you a computer scientist? It's like, mate, I clean toilets. McDonald's is wild. It's got nothing to do with Canada. McDonald's in any 24-hour McDonald's in an urban environment, the person who works there has those same stories. Any 24-hour food service place. If you talk to somebody who worked the night shift, they'll have those stories for you. Translation service turning trackball mouse into mouse with tracked genitalia. That's something. Oh god, that's brutal, Martin. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we had a person quit for not quite that reason, Alistair. Although I will say this, I will never stop being amazed that the places people manage to get blood. This is gonna get really gross really quickly if I keep talking about this. Especially in the women's washroom. It's like, why is there blood in the light fixture? How did you... to unscrew the light fixture because the blood's on the inside. How? Might even teach you a thing or two. Oh, I wasn't dumb. The reason I took that job was it was a $4 an hour raise. Full-time night shift, only cleaning. Got me off of minimum wage. I wasn't dumb taking that job, but God, that was a long couple of years. I was only full-time for 4.5 years. Then I went down to 4 days a week. Then I went down to 3 days a week. And then I went down to 2 days a week in like a year and a half. And then stayed 2 days a week until 2018, so. Lovely. Sweet. Now, sorry to everybody who's eating, by the way. JFO has named a sword. Got another named short sword. And my mouse wheel's working proper. I also need to build a spot for my military dwarves to sleep. I'm thinking about turning this layer of this tower into just a sleeping spot for the military. I mean, the thing is, right? I got the job in fast food late 2011, right? And I worked that job for a very long time. I worked there until 2018. And I worked at 2 different locations. I got assaulted by coworkers. I was called, like, very prejudiced comments on the regular. I was assaulted by customers. I was shoved down the stairs by a coworker. Give you an example. I was treated like shit. I was underpaid. I was belittled and insulted constantly. I was like, what else did I? I'm just trying to like come up with a rattle list of bullshit that happened to me in that job. I got overtime once, and it was the only time I got written up was because I accepted overtime. Almost lost my job over getting overtime, actually, which I still think is kind of funny. But I wouldn't have this job if I didn't do that. Because, like, this became my social outlet in 2013. This was, like, the only thing that I had. It was, like, was streaming. Because, like, my ex had her friends who I largely didn't like, so I didn't hang out with them. Probably part of the reason we eventually split. And my friends were all very far away because I moved, like, an hour away from where I grew up to move in with my ex. And so I had a really long commute initially as well, so I didn't have much time in the day. I was getting home at like 7 in the morning, 7:30, 8 in the morning, depending on the day of the week, or if I missed the bus. And then it's like, well, I can sleep until 4, get up and then stream for 2 hours, and my ex is at work, and go to work. Oh, I have a lot of bad trauma responses. Trust me. I've mellowed out. That's the actual reality. Like, ask anybody who was watching my streams in 2016 and ask me about how mad I would get on stream. I'm actually kind of amazed I didn't get banned from Twitch at times. Like, the outbursts that I had back then, especially when I was manic, that's all I can really say about that. You know, it's funny, taking this from Rin's Recursive Reverie over on YouTube. Lots of countries have mandatory military service. We should abolish mandatory military service globally and instead have mandatory service. Like, we should abolish mandatory military service. Instead, you go work at Wendy's for a year. Or a grocery store. Or a gym, and you clean the toilets. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Sounding a little Maoist? Okay. I'm sorry you feel that way. All right, let's unpause this video game. I think that we're getting a lot of cavern critters spawning. Because those hitches happen when they're pathing. It's easy to tell when people haven't worked in service with how they treat staff. Also with how they talk about any kind of government. Because if you work in service, you get direct experience with shitty management. Like, the number of times I've run into crazy conspiracy theorists who I ask, you ever worked in a restaurant? And they go, no. Okay. That's why you think that all these conspiracy theories are true. Awesome. Okay, because you think that people are way more organized than they actually are. Like, we can't fucking keep video games a secret. How the hell do we... Anyway. Yeah, but in Russia, you can't criticize the government, which means like by default, I don't want to live there. Unless I can say fuck the guy in charge, the country isn't worth living in. The more people need to keep something a secret is less likely to be kept a secret, yes. In a small hotel and some of the shit your coworkers and I find sometimes, yeah, no, I believe you. Do I have trees in this land? The cavern trees count as trees. But I haven't chopped down a tree in 3 or 4 years. But when I desperately need some trees to make some beds, I just go find a really big one and chop it down. But I've been importing trees or wood logs from the humans and the dwarves periodically whenever I need them as well. You're fine being the opposite? Good on you, dude. But if it's written in law that something like that isn't legal, I don't want to live there. It's just kind of a fact. Doesn't matter what you can and cannot say. No one controls anything for real on a global level. Yeah, I mean, there's an elements of truth to that. You know, I wonder if I fill up 3 lava minecarts full of lava and just place them here, would that have the same, like, thawing effect as what I've been building elsewhere? Oh, they're smoothing, is what they're doing. I don't think I can fill lava buckets right now, because, yeah, this is empty. Because we're waiting on this to fill still. I need the moat to finish filling before I can use my forges again. It's getting there, though, which is good. I don't know if we want to get into this debate. Boom, boom. I'm gonna be very, very careful with getting into this debate. Especially considering we've got people in the chat that are on multiple sides of a conflict right now. And if you live in Russia, that's okay. You're welcome here. But keep in mind, a far and away majority of my audience is in the Western world, and we completely disagree with that statement. Okay? Or at least I do. And I know for a fact a large portion of my audience disagrees with that statement. Okay? So, just be careful. Just be careful. It's all good, Gatlinger. I mean, I agree, fuck Russia. It's just kind of, well, actually, fuck the Russian government, more accurately. I need to deal with these blocks. Also, I'm sorry you have to live in Toronto. At least you finally have a decent mayor now, Boom Boom. I just want to make it clear that people should just be careful. Thank you, Gatlinger. I just don't want this to, like, devolve into, like, poop throwing, you know? I've talked about enough poop today with my old job. it might seem like I'm just like phasing out of existence and not playing the video game. I'm just very carefully reading chat right now. That's all that's happening. It's like, there are times where it's just like, okay, I just need to be like stupidly focused on chat and make sure nothing bad happens. What are thick blow darts used for? I'm not sure what creatures carry them. I know that blow darts are brought in by the cavern creatures. I'm not sure about thick blow darts. Probably some adventure mode creature that you won't ever run into. It's usually the case. If you see something where it's like, what is that? I've never seen that. Why does that exist? It's probably something for adventure mode. Remember how I said that this is just going to devolve into shit throwing? Savatoslav the Brave? And I really don't want that to happen. Just because it kind of just causes me a headache. Like, we can do that. If you really want to do that, we can do that. It's fine. I agree with you. But I'd rather people be civil. That's all. Just I can't speak with Westerners about war themes. You're tight on that. You know, I get it. I get it, dude. Don't out of spite and instead cause mischief and chaos. Every problem in the world right now is my direct... Every problem in the world right now is my direct doing. Every dictator as the world hears me whispering in their ears. Armok didn't make my toys for you. You should take power hold on others and topple this... Anyway. Sorry, what? The ramblings of a madman. The migrants have arrived. Would you look at that? If anybody wants a dwarf, give me a holler. We got plenty of dwarfs. I'm mostly just kind of keeping an eye out for my military dwarves returning. If I'm not dead, pick me. We'll wait for the frame rate to come back. I have to clean the caverns up again, methinks. Diamond, I added that. Should work. I can't tab back into the game right now. Game is currently hitching. There we go. Must be a big migrant wave. There's also a Yeti right there. So if anybody gets beaten up, well... Smitchell. You're married to Muthcat, and you're 62 years old. Do you disdain competition? She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and only tends to form tenuous emotional bonds with others. She is assertive and she finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and she is quite polite. She tends to make, did you really have to use the add a word story right at the worst possible, meanest, worst, baddest, meanest, I hatest, mostest time, right when I'm reading Dwarves descriptions? It's like, hey, Blind's doing the thing that everybody looks forward to. Now I'm going to ruin it. Look at you, ruining this, forcing me to, instead of reading that, move over to this thing and then read, personally perform perfect perfunctory poetry, plus properly provides pockets of properly propagated priceless phantom pudding. And picosecond precision obsesses require sharp implements for paper removal without causing gastroenteritis, whatever. Again, futuristic tests study Yetis with lasers. What? Where? When? Caught up. Now that I'm through with that, I can go back to, she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is often moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. I do that too, running my fingers through my hair when I'm bored. Personally, deeply dislikes competition and thinks working hard is an abject idiocy, and sees war as a useful means to an end. Wow. Work hard and you're an idiot. Blind was doing something. I was busy. It's fine. What's up, dude? Does Shanira have one? Nope. Shanira died. Shanira, congratulations. You're now married to Smitchell, I think. Bolonum? I think you died. Let's double check. Double check the next one. Yeah, you died. He has a strong tendency towards privacy and is very trusting. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards and is quick to form negative views about things. He has a calm demeanor and he tends to avoid crowds. He is quite ambitious and he does not often feel lustful. He does not often feel lustful, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he tends to think before acting, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He talks rapidly when he's angry, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. And you are, in fact, married to Mitchell. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds those that develop a skill with weapons and fighting distasteful, and values independence. Even though your wife believes that war is a useful means to an end. Hey, Nietzsche. Noted. Bolonam. Bolonam, is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. She does not seek out excitement, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. She tends to not reveal any personal information, and she tries to do things correctly each time. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she lives a fast-paced life. She is stubborn, and she can handle stress. She likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and she laughs loudly when she's excited, and when she's nervous, she sometimes cracks her knuckles. When she becomes exasperated, she begins to speak very deliberately. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family, and personally believes that it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. And is married to Yushat, and has plenty of family members, and Auntie Elfie is her aunt. So the scholar Elfie is her aunt. Next up, I think, is her husband, yes. Going down. I feel like a lot of people have their messages, like, what's the word, turned off, and they don't even realize it. You'd like a new, less criminal dwarf? Okay. Hopefully Martin II doesn't end up committing crime. He presents himself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. He is an optimist, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he often acts with compassion. He has an active imagination, and he acts with little determination and confidence. He is curious and eager to learn, and he has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family and personally sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and values independence and doesn't care about nature one way or another. This particular dwarf disdains sacrifice, is creative, values independence, resists sickness, and is austere. Well, probably won't go committing crimes. I mean, you will be 10%, you will have 10% less forehead if you commit crimes in this fort. Does anybody else want a dwarf? Here, let's hand out this one. Laya. Gush. Why are we talking about pickles? What's going on in chat? Ayagushka is moved by art and natural beauty and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is curious and eager to learn, and he is given to flights of fancy. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he is stubborn. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. And needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally believes it is important to conceal emotions and refrain from complaining. Sees words as a useful means to an end and does not care about friendship. You just ask. Potpourri. You just ask. Speaking of, Era 0 X 1. He cleaves an austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance. Is very rarely moved by curiosity, and rarely feels discouraged. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he can handle stress. Often, wow, my eyes are not helping me. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is given to flights of fancy. He tries to get things done correctly each time, and he generally acts impartially, and is rarely moved to mercy, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. That one was hard to read. Laughs in a unique way when he's nervous and tends to stretch out when he's bored. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally doesn't see cooperation as valuable and doesn't feel strongly about the law. You can join the military. I was gonna say, isn't it a bit early for you to be awake, Deep Space? Also married to Kira is the next dwarf, who is Potpourri. He is assertive to the point of aggression. She is assertive to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when she has something to say. She can be very happy and optimistic, and is always very friendly. Sounds like my ex's mom. Tries to say nice things to others. That's not accurate to my ex's mom at all. Cracks easily under pressure and isn't particularly ambitious. Okay, that part checks out. She doesn't seek out excitement, and she can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, tries to keep her things orderly, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, and values artwork, and values tradition, and finds romance distasteful. Game's hitching again. Yeah, I need to clean out the caverns. All right, so somebody in YouTube chat wanted a boy dwarf, so let's do up to here or so. Zuglar, sure, that'll work. Hot row, Rick. Hot row Durkee. This dwarf despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Word. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and likes to brawl. Tries to keep things orderly and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Often feels lustful and does not go out of his way to help others. And he is troubled by this since he truly respects sacrifice. He can handle stress, and he does not mind wearing something special now and again, and is moved by art and natural beauty. And he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and often feels discouraged. And he runs his fingers through his hair when he's trying to remember something. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. It was in things that it should not be in. As somebody who grows dill, I will not comment. But there is such a thing as, like, over-seasoning. There certainly is a thing called over-seasoning. You shouldn't over-season. Okay, so I'm getting some fun hitching. I'm actually just going to check something. Let's see if my suspicions are correct. Yeah, it's the 51 cave swallow people. Okay, well, we got to go clean out some cave swallow people. We'll send the Cold Citadel down to here. And the Frosty Beard's right here. Let's go to this. We're going to add everybody. Type in children. Remove them. Turn that off, turn that off. Yeah, get another big hitch when I go to pause. I'm just like reminded of the garlic meme, which is in this house, we triple the amount of garlic on any recipe. I guess it depends on how much you like dill. I really like dill. But I feel the exact same way about ketchup and sugar in dishes. I think my biggest annoyance is when dishes are very heavily oversweetened. And a lot of stuff ends up being oversweetened. A lot of common condiments make things way too sweet. And I hate it. It drives me nuts. So that's where my annoyance with food stuff comes in. I'm going to start slaughtering my giant koalas. Because I want to keep their populations reasonable. The thing is, I grow my own garlic. So when it asks for 2 cloves in a dish, I put 1 clove into the dish because I know my garlic is significantly more potent. My garlic will hit you like a bus. It begins. So the assaults are moving in. And we're already shooting bolts. It appears that our adjustments to the location of our Marksdorf tower was very wise. Yeah, and I grow enough that it lasts me a year. Usually. They are riding giant toads and elk birds, yeah. They're also sometimes also riding birds. So, like, they're cave swallow people. They've been riding giant cave swallows almost as often as, like, just coming in themselves. I'm gonna station my military up in here. Just let the squads come up, because we've got one down there. Oh, I think that one's just a mercenary, aren't you? Yeah, this is Really Swifty. Really Swifty's actually a monster slayer. Are you finally getting to fight? Good luck, dude. What increases the potency of garlic? Freshness and not, like, what's the word? Being full of things that make them last longer, shall we say. Being properly preserved naturally. You get better flavors out of it. All right, let's move the military back. You planted in October, and it's ready to go in June, so yeah, it takes ages to grow. I've already planted my garlic, though. You really want garlic bread now? Word. And the dwarves out to go grab their bolts again. Bam. How are we doing? There's probably more. So what I can do is I can do a 2-pronged approach. I can send this squad, or maybe just this squad, to go patrol this cavern, which is this upper cavern that we're currently in. They're going to go do laps. Let's mill the Kingslayer, Aranamo, mill the Swordsmaster. These dwarves have many kills already, including multiples of my own dwarves, but also the enemy. And because they're all Swordsmasters, generally they should just do fine. But if they get caught out and left alone, they'll start having troubles. So the idea here is we can just do laps, clear everything out. And their numbers should be small enough. We should be able to do this safely. Once things appear to be clear, we can then release the rest of the dwarves in here to clean up the bodies. And then start harvesting webs again. Meanwhile, everybody else is hanging out upstairs, you know, watching demonstrations. Let's watch the captain of the guard hasn't even gotten underground yet. Which means right now would actually be the best time to steal my artifacts. The truthful bend of perfection. What a dwarf. Using an artifact, or an artifact tier steel sword. This area is so crowded. Yeah, also, yeah, we can butcher the cave crocodiles too. Already got a tutorial on dwarf personalities. I think it's called character sheets. There's summer garlics too. You can do summer garlic. There's several types of summer garlic that are ready in the fall. Some people plant garlic in October and also garlic in the spring. So you can absolutely do that. Merchants will be leaving soon. Already traded with them, so that's good. Haven't found any new groups yet. All right, well, they've been patrolling up here for quite some time. Let's see, is there any known dudes here? Where are they? Okay, you're stuck. We know that. Because this one is stuck behind trees, I'm kind of tempted to go in there and clear that area out. But there's these dudes. Okay, they're going to be hard to get to. I guess what I can do is I can send them down to the lower layer to patrol this one. A little bit worried they'll dive into the water, but here's hoping they don't. Not even sure what you're doing here. Oh, you went and got a drink. Okay, well, good for you. Yeah, no, you split, you plant the cloves. You plant the cloves like a potato. It's like right beneath the surface. I've never grown garlic directly from seed. I've only ever grown from clove. The Quick Hood. That's also a good title. Only upper level. Hasn't gone down to the lower one yet. Wait, no, now you are. There we go. Yeah, here in Canada, you plant garlic right after Canadian Thanksgiving. You need a pretty deep pot if you want to actually get garlic bulbs that are not tiny. Garlic really wants to be in the ground. I've never tried growing it indoors on a windowsill. The Minotaur in Ingo, Dasmo Kadap, has come. A giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. All right, well, I'm going to cancel both of these jobs for these squads. And let's go figure out where that bull is. you have any artifacts? Damn it. Not carrying anything fun. He's a great axeman. Well, he has no axe. Oh, okay. I think that this is interesting about Minotaurs. They always have a bunch of skills and random weapons, but don't always have weapons. It's like he's a Grandmaster Observer, a Master Swordsman, Master Pikeman, Master Lasher, and a great axeman, but has no axes. Took you a moment to figure out we were talking about real plants and not DF plants. I think you can grow garlic in DF. Okay, so I have the Armored Ice, which is 2 dwarves. 3 dwarves, actually. Two of them are legendary, and then there's Kira. So let's see if I can follow this squad. Although for some odd reason, none of this squad have weapons equipped. Well, they're going to a biting demonstration. I'm very excited to see how this biting demonstration decides to go. I also need to go to this and remove all the named kitties. Because, well, that one's broken, but a bunch of these are going to follow them. Specifically non-major nerd. It's Dwarf. Here come the big kitties. Look at them. Get him, paws. Wait, what? Creature's not reachable? Oh. He's on fire. What happened? Swordmaster attacks the Minotaur, but he jumps away. Oh. Vutok? Vutok. You know what? Well done. That's one way to get rid of a Minotaur. I think she did a very good job, Cathode. I don't think there was any mistakes there that seemed entirely calculated and planned. She just yeeted him off a cliff. All right, well, back to the stuff we were doing previously. So I'm going to go back down here and I'm gonna set this squad and this squad. And you know what? Also, they've earned it. We'll send the Armored Ice as well to Patrol Cavern 2. And now we're going to turn off this burrow. Let's go clean out those caverns. We are also going to go full risky and enable web collection. Nietzsche Bear, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you. And Hot Row Dricky, thank you very much for becoming a YouTube member. We need beers on both sides. Yeah, back to that biting demonstration. I'm sure it was very important. Pseudo bull killer? I don't know about. Not everybody needs a name for every single minor kill they get. Some of them I think are just for the memories, and that one I think can just be for the memories. Because I think that dwarves, if they're gonna get a nickname for a kill, it should be an epic kill. That was an epic blunder on the part of the bull, but I don't think it deserves a nickname, personally. Well, in Dwarven Forts, it's free. Each. Yeah, just don't bite the dust. Whatever you do, don't bite the dust. Pleasure remembering a sparring session. Damn right. Beer here, beer there. Beer everywhere. Everything but the dust. Figured that would happen. It appears that DS, the elite Marks Dwarf, has discovered a glut of problems. And is shooting bolts and dodging in between the multiple critters. Also, Phoenix Vaughn seems to have shown up to assist. I'm not sure if you're beating it or if you are shooting at it. Appears that you are beating it. You've run out of ammo, so it's just punching it on the ground, but they were able to kill it without too much trouble. They can go get their bolts back and chase down yet another cave swallow creature. DS appears to be injured and is going to go to the hospital to rest. We have non-major nerd with giant kitty in tow. I don't think that one deserves a nickname. Besides, they didn't even hit. The bull dodged. It literally dodged out of the way. Scratch, 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 scratch. I love to see it. How do you prevent it? Sometimes that just happens. There's no way to prevent it. Save board. I usually do a bunch of scouting and see if there's a bunch of creatures down there already, and if there is, then I'm careful about where I dig in and send the military in first. Or you build a bunch of cage traps. But there's no real way to stop that from happening. Oh, it's also wise to turn off automatic web collection before you go into the caverns, because if you don't turn off automatic web collection, all of your dwarves will just book it out into the caverns immediately. So your squad returned from the mission. Some of them have. We're still waiting on you, though, Sam, I guess. We're not giving up yet. I mean, I've already said I'm not doing it, so you can come up with your own fan fiction names. That's totally okay. So much free silk, yes. I mean, mostly what's happening right now is a lot of items are just being put in stockpiles. It's a lot of giant old mangled corpses. So every dwarf loves them a spider silk loincloth. Yeah. Could also make a trench of water here, which would give them forced baths. Might not be a bad idea, actually. Yeah, you know what? I might actually do that. That's one of the oldest memes in the book, is Dwarf dies because they, like, chopped down a tree and the tree hit them. It's usually something falling out of the tree and hitting them, because trees are designed to fall away from dwarves, but funny things happen sometimes. What are we using the guest for? The minotaur that fell into the moat? What do you mean using it? Define using. You had a dwarf get squished recently? That's a shame. This one? Isn't it obvious? Free silk. It's free silk. See, we pull the lever and then the stray guinea hen gets web shot at it, and then we pull the door again and it opens the door and locks this, and then we collect the silk. And this, I just need it to be 3 deep across, so the dwarves can still path through it. Oh, well, you gotta capitalize your name if you want people to be able to read it correctly the first time, I think. But fair enough. But no, you're all good. Guilty hen knows what it did. Sure, yes. Bum, 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 bum. Swordmaster's been bitten by a cave spider. Oh, that sucks. Hate cave spiders. Cave spiders are the worst. Guess I need more buckets to fill this a little quicker. Yeah, I don't see them very often in this version. They used to be a lot more common. The thing is they stealth, so they're invisible most of the time. As for actual population density of them, I feel like I haven't seen as many as I used to. The debuff is permanent, yeah. How venomous are cave spiders? Mild, but it gives them a mild debuff forever. They're pretty brutal, actually. Normal cave spiders are one of the worst things that dwarves can get bit by. Not the worst, but because it doesn't kill them, but I might have to figure out who that dwarf is and remove them from the military. Come to a conclusion? I mean, we're still cleaning. I think we'll be in the caves for a little bit. Why? Well, nobody's filling pond, so that's not good. We'll just let that thing sit until it's full. But why do you ask, Arcmaster? I mean, there's still tons of bodies and things we gotta get out of here, and blowguns and random crap. Bee stings do nothing. Bee stings are harmless. Section of cavern has collapsed, excuse me? Oh! Oh, interesting. Huh. All right, well, that needs to be disabled. Hold on. Lava not supposed to go there. I mean, it's actually not bad that it's fine that it's going there. It's just not supposed to go there. So I don't want it to go there. So, lava, if you could stop flowing there, that'd be great. Number of drinks is going down quite rapidly, you think? Yes, Captain Obvious. Thank you. Damn it. More stuff to fix now. No, I need to... Where was it bubbling in from? Right here? Yeah, okay. That I need to fix. I'm gonna put a brick there. I just need that to dry up. And then I can put a brick there. This isn't gonna keep overflowing. And then I need to fill the rest of it up. And then once the rest of it is full, which it's getting there, because like this side needs to be is almost full, then my forge will fill up again. Don't cry over spilt magma. Is it forming glass? It's forming obsidian, but the problem is it's also forming ice. And I was trying to like cover the entire base of this with sand, but it just didn't work. Just too much of a pain in the ass to like dig around the obsidian and fix all that. So I'm just kind of not bothering. Just waiting for the last of this to clear up. We don't actually get any magma glass. That's not a thing. Oh, that's fair, Arcmaster. We can totally rockify this glacier with unbelievably tedious and dangerous lava dumping. Yes. I don't want to do that, though. Stonecoat, though, I think your name kind of seems a little bit biased in the direction of obsidian. And I gotta be honest with you. I reject that. No, I'm not doing that. That would take way too long. It would be way too much effort. Yeah, I'm absolutely not getting notifications for ads. Like, at all. Because they just ran. The game didn't tell me. God damn it. Or, I mean, Twitch didn't tell me. I need to fiddle with my settings off stream again tonight, I think. Maybe rock biased? But are you roll biased? It's slowly disappearing. I just need like one of these to disappear. Get to this gap. I think I completely missed Vinsati resubbing for 36 months. Crap. I feel bad. Sorry, Vin.
Hello? We'll
Not even
try this
sure
again.
why that just caved in, but it did. We'll try this again. Seems to have worked. Threes, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. And Till and Arthur, thank you also for that Prime subscription for 10 months. DF Wiki is down? That's weird. They're probably babbling about that on the Kitfox Discord. That's usually where you figure out stuff about the DF Wiki if it's down. See if anybody's saying anything. Nope, they're just talking about a dwarf making an artifact. Odd. Okay, so I can do that, and then I can turn the pumps back on. Gotta wait for this. Prime finally went through? Weird. Odd that it took so many attempts. No, I wouldn't say it's a rocky mistake, because we did find out about it pretty quick, which was, you know, the main issue, right? Nobody particularly sus in the fortress right now, just some scholars. Back for 25 minutes, welcome back. All right, sweet. So now I can go back down to here and pull this lever. This has had time to fill up. Just make sure it's not going to overflow. It shouldn't. Cool. I can go back to doing this. Where I need it to fill, which is almost done. It's 5 of 7 here. 4 of 7. 7 of 7. 5 of 7. And then it'll fill this up. And it should fill this up pretty quick. But yeah, I guess the cavern clearing session is done because we aren't currently running into any more bombs. Which means it's likely that the dwarves have cleared up most of the caverns. Seeing where the storing items in bin are. Yeah, well, the dwarves are all still out here. Also still plenty of bones and other things. I think what we need to do is we need to just get these dwarves back inside, so let's do that. Let's turn off those 2 patrol routes. Let's turn on this. Did I manage to retrieve the artifact from the moat? Yes. Yes, we did. We also had an artifact get stolen, and then the guy who stole it came back with the artifact still in his inventory, which was kind of great. And I've got a military dwarf who's tantruming, I think. Aeronamo just tantrumed. Belinar's dead. Erdem's dead. Deagle's dead. I think, is that one of my military dwarves? I think it was. Did Calcium go berserk all of a sudden? Probably. No, I think there was just too many... See, here's the thing. It literally just responded to Diamond. It can only take so many responses at a time, right? So there's times where it gets delayed. It'll get to them. It just doesn't always do them. Jesus fuck, dude. This dwarf went absolutely apeshit just punching people. All right, Aeronamo, I think it's time to remove you from the military, dude. I think you've just lost your station. Kraken's dead. Arcmaster's dead. Smithied's dead. Uh-oh, now it's just a brawl. That might have I think this one started with that dwarf tantruming. Glotmar's dead. Fuzzatron's dead. Datan's dead. Geshid's dead. Is the king injured? King is fine. I just saw disorderly conduct against Aeronamo, which makes me wonder if they're going to get away with it. Is there any more report crimes happening? No, just the one round of reported crimes. And the hospital is very full once again. I'm going to real quick build this well. So we've got a ton of dwarves now that are haggard and injured. We've got a lot of coffins that need to be made. Of course, I'm still typing it in the wrong field for some reason. Oh, my manager died. The Smithy died, right? Give it to raw meat. Been promoted. Let's just make 50. It's more than enough. That wasn't so bad. I mean, it was, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hot Rod Ricky also died, unfortunately. 11, 12, 13, like 14 dwarves, 15 dwarves. Not too bad. I mean, still pretty bad. But we've recovered from worse. Get ahead of your guilds. Control the main source of jobs that your forts have. It's a good time. Did I not connect a minecart to that? Guess I didn't. Use this bismuth bronze one. For some reason there isn't a minecart there. There's supposed to be a minecart there. Damn it, dwarves. Is there a manager? Is there a manager guild? No. No, there isn't a manager guild. My outpost liaison wants a bronze throne. Do I have bronze? I don't think I do. I think I might have to import bronze. Or melt some bronze. I got bismuth and black bronze. I don't have any bronze. Cool. Now this is filling because the moat is full once again. So this is now filling. Got dwarves dressing wounds. Okay, the beds are emptying out pretty quick. That wasn't so bad. I mean, it wasn't great, that's for sure, but it wasn't bad. Yeah, I can't use this well here. Might as well just get rid of this well, because the bucket always freezes. Today is Friday, at least for you. Well, happy Friday. Or Friday equivalent. We're gonna mine out some additions to our crypt. If you start off with a weaponsmith's guild, you'll never get bad weapons. There's a bunch of naked poets at the edge of the map. All right, well, I'm sure they're enjoying their time there. The humans are here to trade, meaning I probably have a lot of used clothing to sell. And I have these doors shut for some reason. That should not be the case. There's in fact quite a lot of used clothing to sell. Probably need to make new clothing soon. Did I close that cavern gate? Didn't check. Crap. The thing is, certain guild halls teach multiple skills. If you want someone to learn organization, you give them that job, right? Like, why do you need to teach somebody organization? You need one very organized dwarf, right? When it comes to guild halls, like, yeah, there's no manager's guild, right? There's no clerk's guild. Dwarves learn organization from organizing, right? These are only for the constructible skills. But for, like, weird examples here, the Rangers Guild teaches ambushing and tactics. What's it called? I want to say being in the military gives you some like observation skills and some organizational skills, because there's a reason why military dwarves that have no mutable skills end up like being listed as administrators when they're not in the military. I'm gonna bring you back up. So like as an example, like this dwarf, like what are your skills? Yeah, this dwarf's a legendary organizer. Yeah, I'm correct here then. Yeah, military dwarves learn organizational skills. That was a guess, but yeah, they learn organizing while in the military. That's why they always end up being like clerks and administrators when they're not in the military. They also learn teaching, which is an interesting thing, and being a student. So there's a lot, like it's not everything is taught at guilds. But there are some things that need guilds to be taught. Let's just do that rough glass, because I'm not using that at all. Raw glass is what I want to sell. Stuff. No, I'm just going to sell this bin. It's just got a bunch of crap in it that I don't need. Yeah. Military training gives observation, but it also gives organization. It gives a few things, because believe it or not, organizing is the skill that they learn when they are organizing training, right? So dwarves that are teaching lessons are probably learning organizing. I haven't actually stared at, like, the dwarves that teach lessons in guild halls, but the ones that organize a weaponsmithing demonstration. Because who is teaching? Okay, you're leading the weaponsmithing demonstration. Dabbling organize. There you go. Actually, that answers your question. We just figured it out. So if they're organizing weaponsmithing demonstrations, which is what happens when they lead them, or any kind of demonstration, they're gaining organizational skills. So I guess all guild halls then teach organizing? By that logic? Somebody's learning organizing. Yeah, they were shut because of an artifact theft, and then I forgot to open them. I don't know why I keep having these weird things happen with diplomats. And then they always talk eventually, even though they're not. So they're not actually leaving unhappy. That's weird. Named another shield. What happened to that character that was dumb enough to come back with the artifact we stole? We beat him up and let him leave because he's too entertaining to kill. Weaponsmith's been taken by a Feymood. That's one. Waiting on something else. Chris, let me tell you something blunt. If you're worried about certain systems in Dwarf Fortress being broken, just ignore them and don't use them. Or alternatively, play a different video game. Because the deeper you dig into Dwarf Fortress, the more systems and things that you'll find that'll be like, wow, this is completely busted balance-wise. This game doesn't really have balance. So if you are just getting annoyed and worried about things being perfectly balanced, you'll have a very hard time enjoying this game. The heck is this person? I'm gonna interrogate this person. They've been here for a very long time. Scepter, backpack. Oh yeah, no, I interrogated them several times. I never fully healed him. What are you talking about? What? No, I fully healed an animal, a dog. I haven't fully healed any characters, just animals. Did you bring any bronze? You didn't, but I will buy this stuff anyway. But no, he showed up again today, and then we booted him out. He had a different name, though. He stands out pretty obviously because he has this habit of, like, being fully clothed in military garb and then showing up as a poet, which turns out is very easy to spot when you know what you're looking for. Ooh, a carving fork. A carving knife. And a bowl! And a ladle! Those are useless. Don't actually buy those. All right, sweet. Carving fork. I'm literally decorating my tavern with utensils. Let's go down here. Nope, still no coffins made yet. You not have an office? Oh, you don't have a study assigned. That's the problem. Those are definitely koalas. Those are absolutely not wombats. All right, I'm gonna take a real quick toilet break. I will be back in 90 seconds. Ugh. No, I don't have giant koalas. I have no idea how you're possibly seeing giant koalas. There's never been a giant koala in this fort. I've never had a giant koala. I don't even know what a koala is. I'm certainly not farming or breeding giant koalas. Several things died. It's fine. No one has died. What are you talking about? Not since the last round of things dying. We're still at 205. Population hasn't dropped again. And low boots. But what I need to check is often rock. Okay, fine. Nobody's doing what I need them to do just yet. No, Moreb. I don't think marsupials actually function in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I don't think pouches actually do anything. It was a fun night in the tavern, Chris. I was going to cue something up. Now I can't remember what it was. All right, well. Let's check on my manager, though. Oh, you're socializing. All right, fine. New manager it is. You're fired. Jetpack Tuxedo, congratulations. You've been promoted. And you get the office. Because this stuff needs to get done now. And by now, I mean now. Like, very soon. You know, having spoken with a zookeeper once who described, described a kangaroo's pouch like a fuzzy foreskin, I don't want to imagine that, actually. I think I'm okay. I think I'm good not imagining that. Thank you very much for attempting to make me imagine that, but I, based on prior experience and discussion of the consistency of a kangaroo's pouch, I'm good. All right, Diamond. Hey, somebody needs to help Diamond out with his sub. Just saying. And cavern dwellers are infesting once again. Where are they? Or rather, what saw them? We'll send the frosty bolts down. Probably not a good idea. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's for baby kangaroo, and that's about it. Oh, a cat saw them. Of course. Typical. We actually do need to get onto the bone craft train, though, because turns out we got tons of bone crafts around. We'll just leave them there. They'll make their way up. And then we can start placing those once those get made. There we go. We got dwarves making rock coffins. That's what we need. Also, checking the DF wiki, because someone was saying it was down earlier. Doesn't appear to be loading, at least on my screen. And if it is, it's loading very slowly. Also, we had an artifact running in the background, which I did see get started, so that's good. Olin here has just created Akrikal Rothsagulcast, a sterling silver short sword. And he offers it to the Frosty Beards. It is encrusted with baguette-cut pink jades and cushioned dolomite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of pink jade, date palm wood, and pigtail, and menaces with spikes of sterling silver, dog bone, and round lime wood. Dwarf Wiki 404. Yeah, I'm getting a 404 too. I wonder if it's getting DDoSed, or if just the server went down. I know KitFox is paying for the servers, so it would be up to KitFox to get it back online. Immediate 404. Yeah, it tried to load for me for a little bit. Worked for you? Everybody, quick, try and load the DF wiki. Does it load? Just search Plump Helmets. Maybe it's just the main page that's broken? Nope. Doesn't load. Nothing loads. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Alright, we're probably getting coffins now. There we go. Got 2. So we are currently fighting with giant cave creatures. Fortunately, no other dwarves have died. Seems like Phoenix Vaughn is doing a very good job just beating them to death in melee. And you know what? Honestly, more power to you there, dwarf. If you came out here to get your bolts and instead just beat a bunch of things to death in the process, honestly, well done. I need to make more bolts, I think. Although, no, that's full. That's good. Main page itself doesn't. Weird. Something's odd. Something odd is going on. But without the index.php, it doesn't work. 404 is for me on that, too. But at least Pacific Northwest isn't loading for me. I'm gonna post on the KitFox Discord about it. What have you stumbled into? Don't mind the corpses. They're decorative. How's things? We're just being festive. Some articles work, some don't. That's weird. Yeah, I just get a spinning circle for a little bit and then it 404s. The DF wiki is down for some people and we're trying to figure out why. The bones are for the little one, true. The gremlin would very much appreciate the bones. Because gremlins only consume bones. Ads, Jesus. Thank you for telling me. Tab over to my dashboard whenever ads are up. More or less on the hour, though. Although it says they're not running anymore. Hold on. I may have actually figured out how to fix my ad notifications. We'll see. I think I found the setting. Twitch has changed their settings menus a couple times. You just got an ad on Twitch? Weird. Twitch has changed its settings a number of times, or settings locations a number of times in the last year. But yeah, that's not even remotely uncommon, Salvadaddy. Twitch will advertise Amazon shows, they'll advertise Twitch things. You know. It's part of the beauty of Twitch. Sometimes advertising their own features is what you get. Right, there we go. The first few bodies queued up. Nimlark, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Diamond. Gremlin Master himself. Oops. There we go. It's not too dissimilar to whenever any Google-related ads show up on YouTube, which actually isn't super uncommon. There we go. We get some more. Sure, there's a bunch of put body in tomb jobs right now. Yep. Place item in tomb. Grabbing bits and pieces of smithied. Merchants will be leaving soon. It's okay. We've already traded. I feel like the Dwarf Fortress community needs, like, an equivalent reference or meme to the wipe is Thursday for Tarkov players. You know, it's like, oh, when's the next wipe? Thursday. Or is it Tuesday? I actually can't remember. It's been a while. But, like, that joke of, like, people constantly asking when the next wipe is. We need something like that for Dwarf Fortress, except when's the next update? Or update for this feature when? Because, like, I'm very tired of just, like, somebody saying, this thing when it's not something that's ever been thought about. But, like, is it Thursday? Okay. Yeah, we need something like that, but for Dwarf Fortress. Well, this feature that nobody ever asked for and probably won't end up in the game. When? Thursday. Maybe I should just start saying that, King. I mean, time is subjective is, I guess, old now, because time is no longer subjective. Also, I think Dwarf Fortress was apparently part of the reason that Valve changed their rules so that you can't have, like, written release dates that are like, sometime next summer. Dwarf Fortress is, like, partially to blame for that, which I think is hysterical. Although it is Thursday right now, so that does make things kind of difficult. Hey, Blue Owl. I'm all right. Are the cats drunk yet? Thursday. Okay, I think that's all of them. I'll place a couple more. Anybody I can interrogate? Actually, I'm gonna interrogate my own dwarf. I have a human lasher who lives here. I'm gonna interrogate Aranamo because they did just kill a bunch of dwarves and not get convicted of any crimes. So I think that that dwarf needs to be interrogated. I think that that dwarf committed crimes. I might not be certain, but I think that that dwarf committed crimes. Diamond wants you to post beers, chat. Maybe, I mean, we could just do that. When are we getting this featured? January. That could work. Rolls off the tongue. Or December. Maybe. Oh, really? This dude good at being convincing? Oh, he complied. Okay, well, I guess he's not credited with any of those kills. Ugh. Yeah, he is. He did tantrum and killed him. I really wonder, did he just like go on an execution ring against a bunch of people that were like suddenly hostile? I really wonder what causes that. When do we get this feature? Malachite. True, actually. Like, oh yeah, they'll add that in Malachite. What? On the 4th of Granite, probably. Whose body is that? A lot more. Ah. Right. There you are. Apparently you have a grave. Well, then why haven't you been buried yet? Here, have this one. Okay, whatever. I will throw your body out and we'll figure that out. Also, Bastet lost teeth, apparently. I don't think Bastet died, though. Just lost teeth. That's slated for version 1.1. Slated. I see what you did there. That's a rock joke. Ugh. Last Granite. You know, honestly, next Granite might actually be a good one, too. Don't know about Deller. Let's see. Bowl. Ladle. Slowly getting a little kitchen display set up here. You lost some teeth. It's okay, you got punched in the jaw pretty hard. I mean, you'll be fine. Okay, so if I jump up to the breweries, you are in fact brewing drinks from plant. And also preparing lavish meals. Problem is nobody's brewing drinks from plants. And I think that's because my adults are not allowed up here. I think that's got something to do with why. Well, I screwed that up a little bit. It's like, why are they not making meals? Why are they not up here working on all of this? Oh, because in that burrow, I never actually added this room to that burrow. We're gonna bring them back in here. We'll lock the caverns down in a moment. Let's not toss those gauntlets, though. Keep those. All right, so since the forge is probably full again, yep, we're gonna start up some sterling silver. Two stockpiles here. Let's also make some pig iron bars. Just again, two locations making them. Nothing crazy. We'll let that run for a little bit. And now I can jump down to here and we can just take a real quick glance. I don't see any dwarfs out here. All right, I'm gonna just hope there's no dwarfs out here and pull this lever. And a dwarf pulls the lever. And I turn this zone off. Okay, we are now officially done cleaning out the caverns for this particular round of cavern cleaning. I'm going to check how many bones we have. It's got to be a lot. Are they not listed as, like, in stockpiles? That's annoying. Okay, fine. I guess it'd be under body parts. Okay. I'm just gonna make bone crafts. And let's say 30. And when number of unrotten bones is above 40, make 30. After a script or mod shows up? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, a lot of the stuff that is getting modded into the game, generally I would expect to eventually make it into vanilla, hopefully. At least I would like to see that. Okay, I'm just gonna... We'll heal that dwarf, because I don't know what's going on there. Some migrants have arrived. Well, maybe not their best judgment. Let's see. Attis the cook. Hello, dwarf. Of course, same always goes before. Just holler if you want a dwarf. Is mastering a skill? Are you brave? We'll do okay. Cybrek. You are still alive. Too late. Afternoon, Roble. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. I lost the leader of this squad. It's unfortunate. Gonzo Gorilla is a nervous wreck. He is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since he values friendship. He is a perfectionist and feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention. Is assertive and doesn't focus on material goods. Tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and likes a little excitement now and then. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. And, dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects the law. Finds those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, and does not particularly value the truth. I know you find those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful, but you're officially now a cop. Because everything else fits that. Here we have Cybrek, who also just joined the military. Cybrek is now going to be named Vicky Trickety. Vicky Trickety. You are married to Gonzo Gorilla. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards. She only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has a calm demeanor, and she's often cheerful. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world. She can sometimes act without deliberation, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She enjoys the company of others and is stubborn, and when she's bored, she constantly rolls her eyes. And when she's thinking, she has a tendency to chew on her cheek. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values eloquence and doesn't really see the point or value in merrymaking. She is a member of the Escorted Order, or a former member of the Escorted Order, which was a religion. She has left that religion. And there's quite a bit of family in the fortress. Rajesh Rhyme. I think I say that. She is friendly, frustratingly sloppy, and careless with every task that she sets to carry out. She is very curious and sometimes to her detriment. She actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this as she values parties and values artwork in its creation, and she is lustful. She often feels lustful. There we go. She tends to think before acting, and she isn't given to flights of fancy. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult discussions. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she winks when she's nervous, and when she's nervous, she clicks her tongue. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees war as a useful means to an end, values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort. This dwarf is going to join... Don't want them to be the leader. I think I will make Olbach the Marksdwarf the leader of this squad, and you're going to join this Marksdwarf squad. Hot Rod Ricky, you just had a dwarf, and I'm aware that they just died, but, like, you know, give it a day. Give it a day for that dwarf to rest. Or at least give it a couple of hours. I don't think so. Rin, here, I'm gonna give you one. How about Fath, brand new recruit? Rin. Rin's Recursive Reverie? I think that's how you say that. Do you happen to have a dwarf, Nimlark? Let's see. Thanks for asking. Nimlark does not currently has dwarf. Did you have one in this fort period, actually? I don't know. You did, but they died. We'll get you done next, Nim. Rin is very rarely moved by curiosity and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and she is conflicted by this as she values harmony as an intellectual concept. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a greedy streak, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She tends to stretch out when she's bored, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill and personally values a harmonious existence. And like I said, just got her crossbow. So, let's get another dwarf named here. And I've been thinking about something that I would like to do. Let's find you a dwarf named Lark. Needs to be with it named. Uh-oh, is it party time? Party time. Chat, it's party time. Grab your party emotes and post them, please. Bang. becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, is given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, is somewhat quarrelsome, and is bothered by this as he values friendship. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He occasionally overindulges and could be considered rude. He enjoys the company of others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and doesn't seek out excitement, just tenses up when he's nervous and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He's alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and does not care about anything anymore. Shit anymore? I don't know. Personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity completely abhorrent, hates those who wield power over others, finds following tradition foolish and limited, and strongly values tranquility and quiet, and has a deep dislike of the natural world. Sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and is put off by family. Lorg. Okay. So chat room. To the folks over here in the Twitchosphere, there's 219 of you watching. If you're on a computer and this is easy, if you're on a phone, don't worry so much about it. But if you're on a computer and this is easy for you, pop open the YouTube stream, which we're also streaming. If you could, of course, if you could lurk in both, that would be optimal for me, because then I get extra ad revenue. But if you pop open the YouTube stream and just click the like button, it tells people that people want to watch that stream, and makes the number go up. And there's like 30 people watching on YouTube, which is fantastic. And there's like 220 over here on Twitch. Let's see if we can increase the YouTube numbers a little bit. Here's Benzub. Appreciate you, dude. That being said, I, of course, would prefer if you stay on Twitch, because Twitch is where most of the stuff happens. Frog Don did it. Thank you, dude. Thanks, Lucky Steps. All right. So, I've probably got to... Let's just get a bunch more of those coffins placed. Let's just do that, because I made a bunch of coffins. I've got that sterling silver going now, so we can get those goblets rolling. But I think this is probably what I want to do first. Just get those placed, because I think that's all of them. Well, let's find out. I'll queue up 2 more. Yeah, okay. We'll just leave those ones there, and we'll queue up more when we need them. So what I need to do, or what I think I need to do, this is my guild hall, my weapons guild. On this floor is the weapons guild dining hall, and on this floor is a second dining hall also connected to the weapons guild. I'm deleting this dining hall, this second dining hall, and I'm going to replace it with something. We've got a lot of dwarves in the fort that do not have bedrooms, and because of this, they have to basically sleep on the floor or in a hallway. I think the least we can do for our new migrants is make the nicest, and I do mean the nice, I have hiccups, help. And I do mean the nicest dormitory I possibly can. And then connect it to the guild hall here. Because one of the first things dwarves do when they walk into this fortress is they go into this guild hall, because it's the only public guild hall. It's the only guild hall anybody can go into, with the exception of visitors. Only long-term residents and dwarves. So anybody who migrates into the fortress or joins the fortress can go into this guild hall. Can you learn while sleeping? I guarantee you they can't. Although in real life, don't you like learn by, like your brain processes all the information from the day while you're sleeping? Why sleeping is important. So I'm going to put all this up here, and I'm going to make this into a dormitory. Although I think actually if you do multi-bedroom and do that, it just makes it into a dormitory. Yeah, it does. Neat. So this is now a dormitory, and I'm going to connect it to the Learned Spears, which is my guild hall, this weaponsmith's guild. So it's reconnected to it. So now hopefully they'll go up there and sleep. This is quiet room for studying and space for sleeping. And then we'll go back to working on bedrooms. Because I really needed a nicer guild hall. And the teacher called you up for learning by osmosis. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that probably doesn't work. Embarrassed after sleeping with... I mean, they'll still be embarrassed after sleeping without a proper bedroom, but it's the best I can do. At least for right now. Turns out we do have quite a bit of bedroom... Quite a few bedrooms that need to be queued up, but we still need a lot more. Still need a lot more. There's 9 more. I mean, like, yeah, all of these dwarves that currently do not have quarters need quarters. So these ones that have quarters have bedrooms. Every other dwarf still needs quarters. And got very intelligent. Okay, got it, Vaporizer. I'm sure that checks out. Yeah, I'm very proud of you for getting very intelligent. I consider that a success. To build a tomb for the king? Well, this was my queen, and this is the current tomb for the king. How should one look? The exact way you want it to look. This isn't valuable enough. Currently, it's considered to be a fine tomb, but I'm intentionally not fully satisfying the queen's demands. Or, sorry, the king's demands, not the queen's demands. The king's demands, purely because if I do satisfy the king's demands, then he's going to ask me to dig deeper, and I don't really want to do that yet. No, he doesn't. Try again, Laiagashika. Try again. Okay. I'm going to fully restart the bot. I don't know what's going on. Ah, I know what the problem is. I can fix it. It's weird that it was responding to me, but nobody else. Hold on, got a 2-factor. Bot's just off right now. It's not going to work. Do 2-factor stuff. It's really funny how it was actually like responding to Diamond, and that's like it. Okay, try it now. I just re-verified both the accounts in the bot. Well, had you listed, so it would have responded to you had you tried. All right, I'm still not sure where my minecarts are for this. Obviously not working. Oh, I see what I screwed up. I see what I screwed up. Throw that silver minecart in here. There we go. How much you can invest by typing in tickets. That's how many you have, Voidlock. So if you type an exclamation point tickets, it'll say how many you have. And then when you type an exclamation point invest, you can then invest your tickets. It's pretty simple. The walls have their own values, so if you include the walls in the room when you're building a zone, it increases the value of the room. So, yeah, you should include the walls. Smitex, are you asking about digging too deep? Because, let me be blunt, there is a 4th cavern layer. If you want me to tell you how to find it, I can, but there is a 4th cavern layer. The YouTube chat is being babbly and Twitch chat is gambling, so checks out, frankly. There we go. Now this will work. Let me see, did I screw this up? And this will be rock blocks. There we go. You just now found out there's a 4th layer. If you go to my VODs channel, Kraken, and you go to the last episode of the last series I did, you'll see what happens when you find the 4th layer. Also, yeah, that's your spoiler right there. The thing that Diamond just put in the chat. The old intro movie literally has the spoiler in it. It's pretty clear. Deep Space, thank you very much for gifting a subscription. Appreciate you. Helping out a new friend. All right. Making those bone crafts. I can just pop those up. Let's see. How are we doing on sterling silver, actually? 15? Okay, so I should be able to make 15 sterling silver bars. Or goblets. Goblets. I think it's 1 bar per goblet. Let's just make 12. Don't. Okay, they are done making sterling silver. They're still making pig iron, though. Let's also get very confused about things for a second here. Double click that, double click that, double click this. I need these kids to be able to go here so that they can clean stuff and transport stuff. Because the kids are most of my minecart loading people. Looking at visitors. Human crossbowman, I suspect you. And good wins for those of you who won. Sorry about the bot, guys. I was just being a bit dense today, I suppose. And I think I forgot to connect. Yeah, I did. 100% forgot to connect this. It is 3 goblets per bar, yes. But it's 1 bar per set of goblets. I said per goblet, I think was the term that I used, but it is in fact 3 goblets per bar. Let's queue up a few more pig iron bars. Let's keep at that. I know that I'm going to run out of iron pretty soon. Let's check you. Okay, so I'm going to get smelt magnetite ore going. So we're going to smelt magnetite ore. Let's just do 150, I guess. And then I'm going to make pig iron bars. I'm going to say let's say 150 as well. But I'm going to limit the number of shops that they can use. So 5 shops max. And then steel bar. I'm going to set that to also 150 sets of steel bars. And 3 shops max. I'm also going to see how much coke I have. 17. Okay. I appear to be low on coal. Yes. Okay, so because we are low on bituminous coal, it's time to go find some coal. I just can't remember what layers the coal was on. If I'm being honest with you, I cannot remember. I want to say a lot of this layer. Let's see. Set this to automate. Go all the way across. We have... Ah, there we go. Yep, I was right. Lots of coal. Lots of coal. Opals. Cool. Plenty more coal. Queue up a bunch of that. And jump up to the surface. And then just watch this all kick into gear. I am using magma. See? Magma. Why do I need coal? How else do you make steel without coal? Blind streams other games sometimes. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. We're getting bearings from tuning in and eating. Also, I can confirm that I, in fact, did not fix the advertising notices. So I don't know when ads are coming, and I also don't know when ads are running right now. I fiddled with my settings yesterday to try and make them notify me not as frequently. And they seem to have just, like, disabled them entirely. So that's I need to fix that. But yeah, I'm just not using wood charcoal. I'm using coal because I would rather use coal than wood charcoal because I'm doing my damnedest to keep the elves happy with me. I'm actually going to take these 2 squads and set them to no orders. Give them a break. We do have these 2 new squads who are constantly training, but the older ones are getting a bit of a break. If I jump up here... Yeah, they're learning weaponsmithing up here now. Hopefully, the Weaponsmith's Hotel here keeps those dwarves happy. Yeah, pig iron requires coal, And steel also requires coal. Regardless of if you're using lava as fuel, you still need coal. I'm running low on coke, so we need it. Also, for the sake of discussion, coal is coke. I need to check how many logs I have. 147. Okay, let's make 50 more beds. Steel that isn't stolen. Now, another thing that I know people were asking me to do earlier that I just kind of never did is I can shrink down this coal stockpile a little bit. And then I can go here and I can make a hole and I can make another hole. And I can go here and I can make another hole and I can make, yeah, surprise, another hole. Now that I've made these holes, or now that I've told them to make these holes, once these holes are made, I can dig down through these holes. And what we can do from there is start glass. That's what we can do. Do you like having free tame giant animals? The reason to stay friends with elves is twofold. Reason number one, they're boring as shit to fight. They're the weakest enemy in the game by a lot. They have the worst weapons in the game by a lot. And if you're even remotely decent at training up a decent military, you're not going to have any trouble killing them. Okay, so for me personally, I just find them to be a very boring adversary. And as far as keeping them happy, they are kind of fun if you have elves that are really good at bringing you, you know, giant leopards. Because giant leopards are war trainable. Or just you want to have a petting zoo of giant koalas in your tavern. I do. You might not, but I do. And look at them. They're fluffy and have dopey noses. And the dwarves, I don't know if they love them, but they're certainly tolerating them. We have, what else? We have a giant, where is it? Where's the kill it with firebug? Did my mosquito die? Wait. I think my mosquito died. Or I accidentally slaughtered it. Oh, well, I had a giant mosquito, but I guess it died. We also have giant, we have giant one-humped camels in the basement. And the humans actually brought us the elephants. We didn't buy those from the elves. The giant dingoes also came from the elves. The king snake came from the elves. The big bird came from the elves. You want me to heal? Feel bad? It would be funny if the mosquito actually just died of old age. And then we also have a giant cardinal who just looks like a blood splat. That sounds horrifying? I mean, yeah, kind of. I thought it was funny, so I bought it. I do have a giant crow, though, so I should probably pasture that somewhere, actually, now that I think about it. There it is. What happened to the mosquito? I either butchered it or it died. I'm assuming that I butchered it by mistake. So I have a necromancer experiment in my basement who's in a cage. Who is in a cage because they finished their prison sentence. Now, they are a criminal. As in, they tried to convince a dwarf to steal stuff from us. It's time for the classic question. Do I release Obak because their sentence is finished? Or do I throw them in the lava moat? They seem to have a 1-year lifespan. I mean, I'm not surprised. But also, I'm kind of sad by this. So let's do this very simply. There are 2 emoji that you can use to vote here. And thumbs up and thumbs down. Thumbs up, we let him live. Thumbs down, I throw him in the moat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, you guys are saying let him live? I said thumbs up, let him live. You've already changed your mind? Well, that was quick. Sheesh. Thumbs up is you let him live. Thumbs down, you throw him in the moat. Looks... okay, let's see. Up, 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 up. So, 3, 4, 5, 9 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it looks like 9. Wait, make up your mind, Sussy. I'm just negating both of your votes now. All right, it looks like the throw him in the moat is beginning to prevail. So we will, in fact, throw the creature into the moat. Of course, the Obox Demon is this creature who's completely unarmed, doesn't actually have any of my items on their person. This particular trainer does have a mother and a father. They are 13 years old, obviously adult at year 1. A small feathered humanoid. Curling trunk, black feathers, long and broad. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Obok after horrible experiments on a goblin named Toad in the year 73. And clearly, they have a full family. So there is a very large number of these things. What was the crime? Trying to prepare a coup and steal items here. Yeah, they showed up and I interrogated them. The halfway house in hell, that's one way to look at it. Dwarves are here to trade. We'll trade with them after the sacrifice. What the, are you not entertained? Feeling. So now we select the creature and we put him on the pit. And of course, we follow him. Are you not entertained? No. I've seen entire populations of necromancer creatures spread throughout worlds and take over factions before. So, no, this is definitely just like a very commonplace creature. Probably in a very particular couple of goblin pits, but... Didn't feel anything after being released from confinement. This visitor is ready to leave. You got that right. He's musical, though. How many songs did he know? Knew the carmine reason, the fragrant musics, the saffron silk, the russet flutes, the mountainous canyons, and We See Lunches. We See Lunches is a poem authored by Lorbam. It is an example of the fragrant music. It has no particular subject. Bullshit. It's definitely about We See Lunches. And it is stunningly self-indulgent. The poetry is not awful, but not very good either. I, too, would like to self-indulge about my lunch. We See Bean is a poem authored by Nershrat. It is the example of the carmine reason. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is utterly disjointed and meanders somewhat. Overall, the poetry is not awful, but not very good either. Yeah, he was a character. We do in fact see Bean. Goodbye, creature. 07. Let him cook. Oh, he's cooking. Cooked, I think. I love just like the giant war leopards just running by constantly. There's something kind of comical about that. It's just like hanging out. Giant kitty! Because they run at the speed of zoomies, apparently. Probably also need to do new sets of clothes pretty soon. Okay. Dogbone crowns. Dogbone rings. Dogbone amulets. Figurines? Dogbone figurines. Can also just bring those up. And those up. A lot of those key combos, I feel like I just do them by accident, Hort, and not realize it. And it takes me way too long to change things back, generally. So I'm going to send 2 lava buckets through the lava bucket chute. And I'm going to put a minecart route or a minecart track stop right here and right here, and see if that melts the snow there and there. Be careful with too much Unicode, though. Some of those will just get you automatically timed out in Twitch chats, believe it or not. That's all I'll say. I've definitely had that happen before. Well, they brought me 1 bronze. Don't need to buy those buckets. I do want to buy the fish, though. It's for meals. Do want to buy those as well. Also just buy the plump helmets, because why not? Buy the raspberries. Actually, no, we don't need the plump helmets, but I will buy the raspberries. I will buy the books. Can't afford all the books. Looks expensive, turns out. We'll trade. And the dwarf gets to go off and do the thing. Okay. So, we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. Let's fuck around with lava buckets. And I'm also using this as an opportunity to test a thing. I get to find out how dangerous this whole thing is. Well, actually, I need to send another lava bucket through, which is fine. Just remove that one. And remove that one. And place an empty one right there. What? I mean, it's fine, Diamond. You are all good, dude. Literally just waiting for a dwarf to bring a minecart down here. Okay, let's get this pushed. Now what I want to see is when this gets pushed, does lava mist come out of here? Nope. Well, that's good. That's good. Okay. Now that we've done that, I've got 3 full minecarts filled with lava. Now I can jump up to here. These are not set to dump. They're just set to hold stuff. So I'm going to add 2 stops to this same route. Okay, I can't actually do it with 2 stops on one route. To make 2 separate routes. We'll just wait for the first one. Because what I want to see is, does the snow that's underneath this melt when the minecart appears here? Because if it does, then this science works. And I can be very, very specific about where I place lava to melt snow. Because currently, stuff just kind of fills up with snow. We've got a migrant wave coming in. I'm going to keep checking for my old military dwarf. Ooh. You saw Oblak's dead body in 104. Were you a visitor previously? How did you see Oblak's dead body in 104 if you've never been here before? Intriguing. And Diamond, you have a good night. Thanks for watching, person who says thanks for existing. All right, well, we're up to 220. Population rises. Let's see about the placing track vehicle. Just don't drop it. That minecart is filled with lava. So now you can't see it, which is the problem. Bad news, it doesn't work. All right, well, that's okay. So instead, I will simply just build a reservoir right here. Unfortunately, chat room, I have bad news. The science has failed. The science does not work for this. Thank you very much for the 13th month. Yay, I now have the notices for ad breaks again. That's good. I fixed it. I can see when ads are happening now. And Gloves used to be rich. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Gloves who used to be rich and also for the 13th month of resub? It means a lot, dude. Now, also, let's push this up by 2. Let's do actually a little square for this. So it'd be very easy to do that. Oh, the bot seems to have had a hard time there keeping up with that. Well done. Okay, so now I'm in an ad break. Okay, so I can pause, and I know that I'm in an ad break. For Fan Expo? Oh, really? I haven't been to Fan Expo in years. Sure. Just send me a ping on Discord when you're in town. Hey, chat room. YouTube has just informed me that it is peak shopping season on YouTube. You know, I don't think about shopping when I think about YouTube. I know they're talking about merch integrations, but like, come on. Peak shopping season on YouTube. It's an email I literally just got from YouTube. It's peak shopping season. I don't want to shop peaks. Are people renting? I rent movies on YouTube, but I'm a weirdo. You shouldn't rent movies on YouTube. Although I almost rented a movie on YouTube the other day and then realized it was just free on YouTube, so I just watched it on YouTube. Which was, I almost rented Hard Boiled on YouTube and then, like, scrolled down a little further and realized that people had just uploaded the entire movie. So I just watched the movie. You look at my merch right now. My merch is pretty good, I think. That desperate? No. No, I don't like... I find that I spend less money on watching movies if I just rent them for $4 than paying $17 or almost $20 a month for Netflix. And you only do it when it's not already free on Prime. Oh, YouTube. Ah, okay. I was gonna say, you're that desperate to watch movies. It's like, well, not really. YouTube itself has a surprisingly large number of good movies for free. Yeah, but in this case, it was also for rental, so I don't know. I mean, I just rented The Raid Redemption on Netflix, which I was talking about. I maintain, if you like John Wick, for the love of Christ, fucking watch The Raid Redemption. Like, Jesus, that movie is great. That movie is phenomenal. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. It's great. Movie's awesome. It's like, hey, you just want to watch, like, stuff breaking for an hour and 40 minutes? It's great. You know it's going to be a good time when they pull out the axe and start chopping through the floor. Great movie. All right, we're popping stuff down. I'm also going to remove this from this zone so that my big birds don't get, you know, torched. I know you look like a blood splatter, but I don't actually want you to become a blood splatter. Giant cardinal. There you go. Uh-oh. Don't do that. You don't want to do that, Dwarf. See if they still stand on the wrong side before they do. It's like the one dwarf that isn't in the burrow. Of course it's a military dwarf. Of course it's a military dwarf. There we go. Okay. So now that that's done, we can grab this and this. And now I can throw a stop on that. And I can throw a stop on that. I can remove these. I can remove these. And we can start throwing lava-filled minecarts onto these. And going up to the buckets. And filling more. Now I just need to wait until these say that they're full. When those say that they're full, and I set them to the lower ones. Then I just queued up. Oh yeah, no, that's generally a way to do it. But we made it work. I do actually kind of understand the AI logic of like where they came from to make it work that way. So I don't generally explain it word for word, but simply put, if the block came from south of the construction, they stand south of the construction. If the block came from north of the construction, they stand north of the construction. East of the construction, they stand east of the construction. So if you deconstruct the wall and the block falls north one tile, and you don't want them standing south, that's perfect, because you just use the same block and then they, you know, do it correctly. Which is a odd way of doing it, but, you know, you get used to it. Okay, this lava bucket's full. Queue up another one. Oops, that one was still full. There we go. There we go. We've got the first sets of lava coming up. This can be removed. And I can go down to this, and I can find another one that hasn't been assigned yet, and assign it. There goes 2 more. Yeah, because Dwarf Fortress doesn't have cloud saves. If you want to save your forts, you have to back them up manually. Jeff? Unfortunately. Yeah, if you uninstall Dwarf Fortress to free up space for a big game, you're best off generally not actually uninstalling Dwarf Fortress and just moving the save files, because Dwarf Fortress itself is like 300 megabytes. The vast majority of the space that Dwarf Fortress uses is not actually Dwarf Fortress, it's the save files. The save files are the part that's big. Lava pool on top of a lava tower. So I've been doing these little trenches, because when somebody is covered with snow and they run into the fortress and they walk over top of this, the snow melts off of them. So it lowers the amount of cleanup I have to do, and this is the only entrance to the fort I have right now where they can get snow on them still. So essentially, I am helping my own sanity, is what I'm doing. It's a snow melter, yes. It just requires a bunch of juggling of minecarts for a little bit. No, but I would like to melt a snow dwarf. Okay, so let's check the buckets. 1 and bucket 2 are just being loaded. Here comes another lava filled minecart. Dumps it out. I got some more in there. It'll spread out to there. Hopefully the next one will start to bubble up a little bit, because this is kind of a process, right? It's a lot of juggling minecarts. I have no idea. Probably nothing, Kayatoshi. Likely nothing. I don't think that characters, even if they are set as made of ice, can melt. For the same reason that, like, a creature that's made of fire can't be extinguished. I once had a, an enemy goblin faction, actually, for one of my much more northern fortresses that used to attack me with blizzard men, because they were on a evil glacier, and I had lava defenses, so I was just dumping lava on blizzard men, which was kind of hysterical. Lyagushka has been taken by a Fey mood, but I'm going to be focusing on this until it's full, because this is like a lot of micro here. But we're getting there. This one is now full. I think we're probably done filling new ones. So we keep getting chunked down to like 20 FPS and then spiking back up to 80. There's something going on that I need to fix. I need to look for some job cancellations or something. See what's going on, because there's something up. There's something up. Then what I do is I put grates over top of it. And then the grates are what keep it steady. So the dwarves can walk over top of them. Okay, let's swap you out for another full one. I'm actually just going to remove that last lava bucket. That's fine. I think we are good. It's like 2 or 3 more. We'll be good to go. But yeah, chat room. Just a reminder to everybody. Somebody in the YouTube chat was just talking about this, so it's at the front of my brain. If you're going to uninstall DF, back up your saves, because Dwarf Fortress does not have any sort of cloud saving. So if you are going to uninstall Dwarf Fortress, make sure that you back up your save files, because if you uninstall Dwarf Fortress, your saves are gone. There's no recovering them. Especially because Dwarf Fortress is only a 300 megabyte install, and the vast majority of the space for Dwarf Fortress is the save files. I would generally just advise against uninstalling Dwarf Fortress, unless you're desperate for PC space. Immediately turns to mist. Trolls have blue blood. And if you burn enemies, you don't see this so much with this tile set, but if you set enemies on fire and they burn, when they're done burning, their bodies erupt and explode, and it sprays blood everywhere. It's pretty hard to spot with a tile set on, but if you're watching in ASCII, you'll see these blue eruptions spraying out of the lava. Because trolls have blue blood, which is fascinating to look at and also kind of morbid. It's a new intriguing thing on your feed. I've just been discovering all of these like pet store YouTube channels recently. Although, honestly, the most consistent viewing I've been doing on any kind of channel is Girl with the Dogs. I don't even know why. It's just nice watching somebody talk to dogs. To the forbidden soup. I don't know if it's forbidden soup. Yeah, we're getting some pretty hefty lag spikes. Yeah, we're dropping down to single digits frequently. Okay, what's going on? What is going on? Okay, let's just check for most upset dwarves. Do I have somebody who's stuck somewhere? Okay, no, it's not you. It's very unlikely it's any of my dwarves. No, it's just straight up not a drinkable liquid. It's got nothing to do with it being forbidden. It's just not a drinkable liquid. It's probably these dudes. I'm just going, chat, you can call me a cheater if you want. I just want to work on my bigger construction. So I'm just going to exterminate cave, swallow, low, man. Because I'm suspecting those are the cause of it. He says as his frame rate chunks again. Maybe not. I don't understand how lava looks tasty. As somebody who actively goes out of his way to watch volcano live streams whenever there is a volcano erupting, I don't understand how you could possibly think that lava looks tasty. That's all I have to say. That's my 2 cents. Okay. And let's do steel. Great. Let's make 2 of them, because that's all I'll need. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. See, so's mine, but you'll never hear me saying that lava looks delicious. No, liquid death looks like water. I will also not, I will never understand why so many random bars will just be like, yeah, we don't serve tap water, but here, have some liquid death. Like, why don't you just give me fucking tap water? The fuck? All right, we need to figure out where this lag is coming from. Guy pest, sure, nope. Okay, so I'm going to do a thing. Fix dry bucket, sure. Fix retrieve units. Fix stuck merchants. Fix empty wheelbarrows. Scrap jobs. That one didn't do anything. Also needed to check that this might actually be part of the problem. This might actually be the problem. I was like, wait a second. I had dwarves doing a thing, didn't I? Okay, well, what I can do, dig down to here. I can dig over to here. That may actually be part of it. No, it's not BC bars. It's only American bars that have ever done that to me. I've also never seen liquid death in BC. No, the only places I've seen it is LA and Las Vegas. Game was paused. Or rather, the only place I've seen bars that only have those is LA and Las Vegas. I love how you immediately just like denigrated the place I live, boom boom. Disrespectful. How dare you disrespect the superior place to live? All right, let's just wait. See if this fixes it. Let's see. It's about where we want it. Hey, it seems to have fixed my frame rate problems. Nope. Never mind. It's doing it again. And I live in Vancouver, which is more pretentious than, maybe not Montreal, but certainly more pretentious than Ottawa. People who live in Ottawa think they're pretentious, and then, like, they realize that there's other places in the world that you can live. Now, let's just open this up. Also, I don't actually live in Vancouver. I live in a suburb of Vancouver. I couldn't afford to live in Vancouver. Don't be nuts. What's the firewood for? Well, if you could figure out a way to vomit them back up so that I stop losing them, that'd be great. Galpian.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hobo, hello. How are you? It's good to see you, man. Trying to figure out some... Yeah, it's definitely the swallow people. Oh, trust me, I have like 4 ideas of what's causing the lag, and I'll find it. Just give me like 40 minutes, Jeff Jones. You don't need to discern it for me. Lyagushka has made a very heavy crossbow, and it is named Shagelmiser. There's a joke in there somewhere. Shagolgmiser, Ered Ranzer, and it is a lead crossbow, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Why, thank you for the very heavy crossbow. I appreciate you making heavy artifacts. It makes it harder for them to escape with them. This is a lead crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with trillion cut pink jades, studded with lead, and encircled with bands of rectangular microcline clavichons. This object menaces with spikes of picture jasper, dog leather, and on the item is an image of a dog in microcline. That's dark. The dog is screaming. This is getting darker. The artwork relates to the slaughter of the dog in Sunbirths in the late summer of 108. On the item is an image of a forgotten beast in pink jade. On the item is an image of Lord Ubda, the dwarf, and jumping spiders in picture jasper. Lord Ubda is surrounded by the jumping spiders. Lord Ubda looks terrified. Well... Well then. Where is that lead crossbow? There it is. Another thing that we're going to do while we're waiting to figure out what the issue is here with the frames. I'm going to start slaughtering animals. A bunch of them, even. Number of elephants I have is starting to grow. Send the rest of them up here. Then, if you feel bad slaughtering cats, I've got a pro tip for you. Don't have cats in your fort. It's usually what I do. Maybe this is still too deep for them to move out. Let's channel those in. Oh, I see the problem. There we go. You don't need them for rats. Rats haven't been a serious concern in over a decade in Dwarf Fortress. The wiki still references them because, yes, they are still a concern, but they're not a major concern. It's one of those things where it's like, should you be concerned about rats in Dwarf Fortress? I mean, maybe. Am I concerned about rats in Dwarf Fortress? Absolutely not. It's kind of that simple. Absolutely not. Okay. Now the frame rate goes down and it's down steady, which means everything is pathing in here. There's a lot of cavern creatures we get to deal with now. It'll go up. Give it a second. See? Starting to climb. But yeah, if you have cats and you don't want to have a bajillion kittens, just geld all of the cats is probably the best way to do it. So let's follow this dwarf. Actually, you know what? Let's just set this whole squad to patrol this cavern. Let's just do that. And we will follow non-major nerd. The Master Swords dwarf. Backed up by Giant Kitty. Yeah, I think that the lag was partially caused by my little bathing setup there. Dwarves trying to path over water and not being able to. I think that was a large chunk of the issue. There's also the part where we actually need to dig through this because birds and cave critters keep spawning back there. And I can't get through the trees because the elves won't let me. I have to take the violent option of simply digging through and letting them in. Yeah, nobody spays or nobody neuters their cats in Dwarf Fortress and then wonders why there's cats everywhere. But yeah, see, this is where the frame rate's supposed to be. At 80. This is going to push the moods down a little bit, but it's fine. It's not a matter of not being able to see the cavern trees. It's just, this is the issue. It's not a matter of not being able to see the cavern trees. It's the dwarves can't cut down the cavern trees because I'm not allowed to cut down trees is the issue. So that's what was hiding back there. All of these dudes, all of this. I'm sure that wasn't helping, but we're about to get hit by an ad, so. Our biggest pet and livestock growth problem ever came from giant lizards. Yeah, no, there's a lot of giant animals actually that don't have a child variant, and they are usually the ones that breed like crazy. The giant crabs that, you know, each giant crab would have like 3 to 5 babies every like, I don't know, 3 to 6 weeks. That was a pain. So YouTube and Twitch. Twitch is currently stuck in an ad, so I'm going to take like a 30-second break and grab my sandwich. I didn't actually eat my sandwich yesterday. So I will be back in like a minute. BRB.
for everyone! Sandwich!
Over here, he has a sword!
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
I'm back. I have a mouthful of sandwich. I mean, I could sell the big kittens, but what purpose, really? I guess I could sell the big kitties to my own faction. So Locum here made a terrifying discovery. As you can see, Locum has discovered a very large number of very scary creatures, specifically this cave crocodile that is terrified. Almost as terrified as he is. But he does say this is a fight and he feels no terror. Fortunately, right behind him is Kumail the Swordsmaster. Now, don't be too concerned. Kumail does, in fact, have a sword and shield. They're just legendary, and those still don't show up on dwarves. So I feel like Kumail's going to be a hero now and go barreling in directly towards this wall of creatures to defend our dwarf. He's already in combat, active combat with this crocodile. Fighting it. What's my opinion on chaos between the Twitch terms of service being changed? Can I finish this fight first? As the tide turned, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. Cave crocodile strikes at the swordmaster, but the shot is blocked. The swordmaster slashes the cave crocodile on the right front leg. Severed part sails off in an arc. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the scale. Swordmaster punches the cave crocodile on the left foot with his right hand, bruising the bone. And more dwarves are showing up as defense. There's blood going kind of everywhere. Are you bleeding? No, you're not. That's not you. Okay. Rest of the dwarves show up to begin pushing back the creatures back into whence they came. Let's see if I can station them back up in here. Okay, so the other area that's still very sus is right here, so I will set up a digging route into here, and also a digging route this way. In fact, I might just do this. Zip, 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 zip. I'm just cutting through these pillars to make sure that there's always a way through. Also gonna widen this way, cut out this corner. All right, I will explain my thoughts on the current Twitch TOS change. So, years ago, I knew a guy named Jerome Stout, and he's a game developer, and years ago streamed pretty casually, right? He made this. This is a video game called Dinner Date. If you've never played Dinner Date, that's fine. But Dinner Date was kind of a triumph for the art scene in game development. I know it has mixed reviews, but that's just because Steam users are fickle. For what it is, and for the time that this game came out, it's kind of a miracle that it made it onto Steam in the first place. It came out in 2011, so it came out in an era when the number of games coming out on Steam was very, very small. It is a 20 to 30 minute long game, depending on how quickly you play it, of sort of quick time events of a person being stood up for his date and getting very drunk. It's one of the most realistic lonely drinking simulators I think I've ever played in my life, and worth playing through if you've never played it, okay? That dude, Stout, years ago, did a stream, or a series of streams, and he was doing chalk and charcoal painting. So he was using bits of chalk and bits of charcoal on various color canvases and was painting. He's a very, very talented artist. He also later worked on a game called Blightbound and has done some other grunt coding work over the years. He's an active programmer, works in and out of the games scene, but comes by the stream every now and again, works on a lot of open source software. Good dude. But one day he decided, just kind of absent-mindedly, that he was going to stream himself drawing a nude model. Now, he used a photo reference, which wasn't on stream, admittedly, and was drawing this model. Now, he drew her head, skipped her upper chest, drew her stomach, and drew her legs. Skipped all the naughty bits. He got banned from Twitch for 30 days for drawing a nude model. Twitch isn't a place for children. Yeah, you need to be 14 to have an account. But regardless of the content being streamed, I'm talking about video games, I'm talking about IRL, I'm talking about art, I'm talking about music. A lot of the discussions that streamers have is not even remotely child-friendly. I would be extremely uncomfortable if I learned that anybody under the age of, 18 was actively watching my streams. And there are some, but their numbers are very few. In fact, there's more people that are 65 plus than under the age of 16 watching my streams actively. So, when it comes to content on Twitch, art is important, and letting people draw is important. People are freaking out about the guidelines changes on Twitch. You can be mentally 12, but just don't meme about it because you might get yourself banned. Just be generally cognizant of your own stupidity if you're going to do that. That's all. When it comes to Twitch changing their, sexual content guidelines, there's going to be a lot of lines pushed because Twitch just changed rules. When that happens, people push it. Doesn't matter what it is. It could be literally anything. Twitch pushes. People push it because that's how you get views, right? Twitch has already clarified if you have a VTuber model, you're not allowed to show nude images of that VTuber model because that's considered you. I'm not allowed to stand up with no pants on. VTuber model is not allowed to be topless, right? I don't know about fan art. I'm sure they'll clarify that at some point. But the changes allow for people to do dancing, which they're already doing already. Like, yeah, you're allowed to twerk on Twitch. Cool. Whatever. You can watch twerking in a music video on YouTube. I'm pretty sure that Party Rock Anthem is still up on YouTube. And to me, that video is roughly the same equivalent of twerking, right? Blind Hot Tub stream when? When you stop sexually harassing me about it. Because to me, that's sexual harassment. Don't sexually harass the person you like watching. Also, my landlord would probably kill me, but that's unrelated. So for me, when people get all amped up and mad about titty being allowed on Twitch, you know what actually bothers me? Is that there's still people gambling on Twitch. I don't fucking care if there's tits on Twitch. I don't care if there's people drawing tits on Twitch. I don't care if there's people drawing cock on Twitch. I don't care if there's people drawing pussy on Twitch. As long as those streams are correctly labeled, and if Twitch figures out some way of blurring the thumbnail so that I don't accidentally stream it when I'm just scrolling through a category, I don't understand why people are mad. And if you genuinely believe that children are going out of their way to seek out somebody drawing porn on Twitch, just remember. Now, thank you. Now I want to fuck you like an animal and feel you from the inside in my head. Thank you, Barbar. Anyway, the thing that you need to remember about Twitch is we were all a kid once. When I was 14, if I had unlimited free access to the internet, enough to be able to find porn on Twitch, I wouldn't be finding porn on Twitch. I would be finding it on actual websites distributing that. Because kids aren't stupid. And they know what they're looking for. That's a parenting issue. Not an issue with Twitch. Twitch is not a platform directed at children. You can be 14 and make an account. It is not a platform directed at children. The changes that have been made to the sexual content guidelines are a positive. And if you disagree, okay, be mad. Go complain in the user voice. And that's my take. All right. Draw your pussy all day, boy. Have fun. Let's mine through these walls. Dig up the rest of them. On 56K modems, it took... Yeah, it was way easier to get caught back then. You had to sit there and like one line of pixels would jump at a time. You'd be like, "Fuck." I was at the very bare end of that era. We were on dial-up, but it still loaded faster than that. Of people dogmatically thinking Twitch is a gaming website. Twitch is a streaming platform that has a very large focus on gaming. And there's also like this weird problem where... Can I say some controversial shit for a second here? Nothing like that's going to get me in trouble or anything. But can I have possibly unpopular takes? I have no idea. I'm not a Twitch moderator. It's not my jurisdiction to say. I don't work for Twitch in the safety department. That's not up to me. Okay, think about this for a second here, right? You see a lot of outrage and anger about women and women's bodies on Twitch. Specifically, that anger stems from sites like Twitter and other social media sources. There are particular individuals that get very, 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 very mad when women use their literal assets to make money on Twitch. You don't see that so often when there's a dude saying incredibly, let's just say, manosphere things on other websites. You also don't see that happening about sites that aren't Twitch. Just remind yourself where outrage comes from when changes like this happen. Just remember where the outrage is coming from. When I saw people yesterday were upset about sexual content on Twitch, Aiden Ross was the first thing that came up on Twitter. The most interacted post, the most liked post, and admittedly, dude was real mad about furry dick on Twitch. But was also real mad about lady VTubers and trans VTubers. Remember that a lot of sex-related outrage comes from privileged white dudes that are very angry when women do well. Who? A dude who was banned from Twitch for saying heinous garbage years ago and now streams on Kick. That's who. And also got kicked out of TwitchCon, actually, I think, for, like, trying to start a scene outside. Anyway, yeah, he's just an asshole, generally. Hi, Suey. What's up? How's thing? Okay, so, now that I've said all of that, that's my take on Twitch's sexual guidelines. We won't meet again for 6 to 8 months. Take care of yourself. Be safe at sea, dude. I think the frame rate may have stabilized a little bit. I think that was the problem. That little box there. The sea calls, yes. The deep depths of the ocean. Well, the second you have internet, you know where to find us, right, dude? Could also do what the one guy who watches my streams does, and just download like 6 months worth of my VODs and take it on a submarine. I have one audience member who's watched me for years who just takes me out with him on a submarine, which is an interesting way of doing it. So I think that there's more creatures back there. And also, I guess one other final thing I want to say on the subject of Twitch's sexual content guidelines. I went into an incognito tab just to make sure it wasn't like my own preferences, right? And I went to the front page of Twitch. And I saw some people talking and some DJs playing, some people dancing, some video games. Scrolled down a little bit, saw some video games. In order to actually get to that content, you have to click Browse Creative Art. Okay. The people who are mad about Twitch's changes are being really specifically going out of their way to be mad about it. And that weirds me out. I don't like that. I will never like that. I mean, sure, if you're used to watching people do pixel art on Twitch and don't like seeing porn, I can understand why you're mad. That makes sense, because suddenly the pixel art directory is all full of titties. But we just need better filtering. And that's a work in progress. Personally, I've never had any unwanted titties in my life, outside of, like, maybe accidentally flashing some on my stream, which would be bad. But generally, I gotta say that I've never had any unwanted titties in my life, so I don't mind titties. Titties good. All right, let's just send some dwarves over here to deal with this. This lore over here is heavily bleeding, dug into a very scary hole, and is still heavily bleeding and faint. Hang in there, dwarf. No longer heavily bleeding. You can stay alive. We've got Cold-Blooded, who's very close to this giant frog, who's getting gutted. I think actually just got a kill. Yeah, killed a giant cave toad. Seems like Lore, who's still faint and bleeding, is turning around. Cold-Blooded. Have you just lost a limb? She lost a toe. Okay, she could survive this. Moves up forwards. It's very brave. We're sending the military down and around. They're not here yet. It's taking too long for the military to get here. Cold-blooded doing work. I think Cold-blooded just survived, killing a whole bunch. Let's see, where are you? Or Cybrick. I don't see Cold-blooded's body. Laura just lost a hand, though. Pale and seriously injured. I don't see Cold-blooded. Where'd you go? There you are. Yeah, Cold-blooded made it out. Lost a toe. First toe on her right foot. But has survived. Yeah, which is why I always start this. This is the second time I've had this discussion today, and why I've started it both times with the story of my friend who got banned from Twitch for a month for drawing a chalk outline of a naked woman. All that really came out of that is he stopped streaming on Twitch. Okay, let's go this way. Then the squad's up there. And we'll have to send them back here. And then down here. All right. We did it. Meaning I can send you, and you back to patrolling this lair. And we can dig out all of this. So we don't have creatures getting stuck in tiny squares anymore. Why? Silly. Genuine question. Why? Just don't, exactly, don't go to that section of Twitch. Like, I've been saying this for years about women using Twitch as a way of making money. Why does that bother you? Site is 13 plus. Okay, Sui, Twitch isn't for children. And if you think Twitch is for children, you're probably not a parent, in my experience of talking to people. My stream isn't for children, ever. Children shouldn't be watching my stream. Twitch is 13 plus on paper. It's 14 plus on paper, I thought. It's 13 plus on paper. So that it is still ranked in Google. But, yeah, exactly. You can walk into a cinema as a child with, you know, Saw playing in the theater next to you. I would argue YouTube isn't for children. Even the YouTube children's section isn't for children. I don't think the internet is for children as well to a degree, but that's a bit of an extreme take. Pans across the map covered in gore. It's cartoon violence! The gore is the least of the problem. With Dwarf. With my streams. No, it's me that's the problem with my streams. It's the fact that I say shit, fuck, and butt. Sometimes. But yeah, I will never understand people that are weirded out by, you know, people sitting in a hot tub streaming. You know, personally, I think it's better that women who want to make a living showing themselves, I think it's better that they can do it on OnlyFans and Twitch, or Kick, or whatever platform, and YouTube even, than working for a large network and getting abused by people above them. It's very exploitative art like industries. And I think being able to work independently is totally fine. Oh, VTubers creep me the fuck out too. But I also don't complain that they're there on Twitch. I have some friends that are VTubers. I don't really watch their streams because VTubers tend to creep me out, but I get it. I understand the appeal. It's not for me. But I also have my own things that I'm into that a lot of people go, mm-mm. And like I always like to remind people, just remember where the outrage against people like this stems from, right? Which we talked about a little bit earlier. If you go onto Twitter and you look at the outrage against Twitch right now, the first thing that comes up, at least for me, is Aiden Ross. It's the most upvoted, most liked, most interacted with post. Dude is an anti-trans misogynist who got banned from Twitch for saying horrific shit against people. Like, horrific things. I think that there should be limits on what people can do. I think the whole, like, appear topless thing is weird. But, like, why would I even click on that stream? That's not why I'm on Twitch. If I want to watch porn, I'm a grown-up. I'll just go to a porn site. Besides, I don't want to fucking pay somebody on Twitch to, I don't know, bounce on a stuffed animal. I mean, if that's your thing, then fucking go nuts, I guess. I will go do something else. If you want to get easy attention, complain about women on the internet. Yeah, because men eat it up. As a dude, men eat it up. All right, I think that fixed my frame rate problems. Just that clusterfuck of creatures back there. I say that as the game then hitches again. Okay, there's probably another one. Let's look around. It's not this area. Unless there's actually just stuff spawning onto the map right now. Stuff is like crack. I've never done crack, so I don't know. This one. This is bad. We need to fix this one. Let's actually just dig right through the bottom of this. Whatever you are doing is wrong? All right. You can have that opinion. But that's a very Catholic way of looking at things. Or Christian way of looking at things, shall we say. As somebody who's pro-sex work, I think that that's an old-fashioned way of looking at the world, I suppose. Okay, I understand what you're saying. All right. Okay, so nothing behind this one. This area should be fine. Well, let's clear it. Yep, this area is safe. Okay. Clear this. And now we go underground. All right, let's see. Could just get them patrolling this whole layer. Just checking for areas at the edge. Ooh, this is definitely a hotbed. Stuck in ads now. Gotta do a cavern fort someday. Cavern forts are great. Once you get them going, cavern forts are fantastic. Murking the Merc camp in Stalker Gamma. Enjoy murking the Merc camp. Just don't camp the camp Mercs. I don't know what I'm saying. Enjoy murking the Merc camp. Have fun. Cheers, Laya. And also, I guess the other thing that everybody needs to remember is the other thing that I mentioned earlier. Thank you, Rolf, for gifting a sub to Suey. And also, Rolf, for the first subscription notification in an hour. Appreciate you. The thing that I think is very important to say is you need to remember that when rules are changed, people push them. There's plenty of examples of people pushing the rules right now. People are going to get banned temporarily, slapped on the wrist, told no. And that happens every time rules are changed for anything. So if the current state is making you uncomfortable, realize rules are a work in progress. And if it makes you uncomfortable, go to Twitch's user voice, complain about it. Also that, Devil Dawn. Yes. I'm not actually sure what day that ends, but it keeps going for a bit.
This is Sparta!
And Twitch's cheer count goes up. Thanks for the $3. All right. So we are moving down into this layer. So I'm going to send my squads down to here. This area, I think, is kind of suspect. What I'm going to start doing is just barreling through the middle of this. Instead of just reinforcing what they already had. I think what you also need to remember is Twitch is a social media platform, right? People forget this. People get very passionate about what Twitch is. But Twitch is a social media platform. Twitch is also the tightest, most restricted social media platform on the internet as to what you can do and what you can show versus other social media platforms, right? So is Twitch in the habit of choosing to loosen or change rules instead of enforcing what they already had? Twitch is making it easier for artists to draw art, instead of punishing artists for what others do. I don't agree with that at all, actually. No, this is loosening up of old rules that needed to be changed years ago. Unless, of course, you'd prefer to live in the world that Mixer did, where there was a dress code, and if you broke the dress code, you could lose your partnership. I don't want to live in that world. I would much rather live in a world where things are just simply categorized. It just makes more sense. Give me 3 examples of that happening, because I'm not sure I've heard about that from Moheb. It's until the 20th? Someone was saying it was until the 2nd, so like I need to check. It might just be like the cheaper subscriptions are just there till the 2nd. Because if you increase a tier or if you've never subbed before, or if you go from a Prime to a paid, you get a discount right now. Okay, there you go. You just prefer that Twitch puts a solid line and sticks with it? I think the problem isn't that Twitch doesn't take a solid line and sticks with it. I think the problem is people get banned based on things that they do, right? Nobody sees what they got banned for because the VOD is gone. Sometimes clips surface because people downloaded them, but usually person gets banned and nobody knows what they did, right? It's the vast majority of the time. And then people go, well, this person got banned. Why didn't this person get banned? And it turns into a pointing fest. At the end of the day, they do actually have pretty... As somebody who streams for a living on this website, they do in fact, have pretty clear, consistent terms from my perspective. Because I don't give a shit about drama. I don't care about communities getting really mad that their streamer got banned and this other person hasn't for some reason that they have given to them. Are there some people on Twitch that I think shouldn't be on this platform? Sure, absolutely. Do I think Twitch is inconsistent with their rules? Not really. I think that's a bit of an exaggeration. I didn't want to talk about this so much, but I guess we are. I do have a pretty good computer, yeah. Okay, I was just curious as to where you were getting that from. Because like, I've never heard about people being banned for things that they did before rules are changed. What? Just because I'd never encountered that before myself. I was really confused as to where you were getting that from. This game's very CPU heavy, yes. To the point where it's been used as a benchmarking tool for years. Want them to get back here. Yeah, no, I was just curious as to where that was coming from, because like it didn't sound like something I'd ever heard about happening on Twitch, so kind of had me thrown off for a second there, but you know, that makes sense for pulling a real world example. And yes, I do know what you mean if you're referring to real world examples. Is this just a wild Ruther? I think it's just a wild Ruther. Not one that's being used as a mount, otherwise we'd be fighting with it. There we go. Just a bunch of Ulm people come flapping out of this place. Dwarves immediately dive in, even the murder mittens. Weapon says, Smith says, this does not scare me. Big Kitty says, meow. There's another one. Did I lose a dwarf in that? I don't think so. I don't think we lost a dwarf in that. Success. All right, time to get back to it. This one might have another, or no, this one probably doesn't. It was likely just the one, actually. A good number of them. Damn. All right, well, I can unforbid this. And look around. This area is clear. Can my soldiers get to here? Oh, I see the problem. I got two tools open. It's like, why is it telling me to mine when I'm trying to tell them to station? But yes, wrecked. Indeed, I agree. Okay, they clearly can't, so we'll send them here. I've never done them in the caverns. I feel like that would be kind of silly, because, like, you kind of need to know when a threat is coming. Coming. I guess you could, like, automate it with switches or something. I've never tried that. The thing is, lava cannons are very inaccurate and not the most effective. Like, just telling your dwarves to go stab a thing to death is significantly more effective. Uh-oh. Nope, nope, nothing. Prize. check this area. This area may have stuff. It could also leave through the water, but let's just dig through all this. So, like, I don't know. When I do, like, cavern defense, like, I'm not entirely sure what makes cavern creatures' path into the fortress. I've never quite figured that out. If I ever figure that out, then it'll be much easier for me to say for sure if I would do something like that. Is that 16 FPS for you? If you're getting low frame rate on Dwarf Fortress, you're best off trying to run forts with smaller population counts. Because high population is usually the thing that starts to wreck people's frame rates. Smaller world will give you shorter save and load times, and smaller population will give you generalized better performance. Uh-oh, Weaponsmith was found dead. Oh, somebody tantrumed. Punched his ear off. Yeah, a bunch of counts of disorderly conduct against him. It's Aeronamo again. God damn it, Dwarf. We're gonna need to hit you really, really hard in the head with something heavy. Damn shame. Rest in peace, Rovod. Can I get some Fs in chat? Look at, these are all the dwarves coming down to report the crime. All of these dwarves. All of these dwarves are coming down into the fortress to report the crime of that dwarf. Also, I don't think I had an artifact stolen, but I think maybe an artifact got stolen at some point in there. But yeah, sorry for like the super serious conversation for so long. It's something that's at the front of a lot of people's brains, and I think it's kind of an important change that Twitch has needed to make for a while. And it makes me kind of happy that Twitch is finally making these changes. So, and it's a little bit distressing to see people going, ah, boobies, run, scary, Twitch is for video games, blah. When it's just kind of an abject falsehood. 48! More witnesses. Squad is still out. You gotta leave for work. Well, you have a good day at work, unemployed Chaku. I fear the booby trap. Yep. Why am I reminded of that moldy meme from 10 bajillion years ago of the lady with very large breasts with a kitten in the middle of it? Sitting in her bra, and the kitten looks like he's dying. It's like, ah! And it just says, help, booby trap. Thank you very much for reminding me of the existence of that glorious meme. I may have to go find it. Okay, guess we're clear on this side. Okay. Let's just get this squad patrolling the upper cavern. Aranamo got beaten pretty bad. Currently has no job. There's a corpse in the hospital. 25 tombs I can queue up, which are all here now. Caveman, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Salvadaddy. Good to have you around. Also, hey, Homing Drunk. Zutton Oilcry would like to stay here for the purpose of study, which I will say yes to. This fortress has been so good at distracting me from the thing I actually want to be working on. It's actually kind of incredible. Like, it is something how good this fortress is at completely making me forget everything that I've been building. This doesn't usually happen. I'm usually much better about consistently working on a thing when I want to work on a thing. About people being people about rules. Ah. But people freaking out is normal? TLDR, you can draw porn on Twitch now, sort of. You can draw nudity on Twitch now. That's the long and short of it. Oh, and there's like some more clear restrictions on what you can and cannot do while dancing, like twerking's allowed. And some people are weirdly mad. But, you know, normal things. People being weirdly mad about things. Nothing out of the ordinary. There's a bard goblin in full armor who knows no folklore and has no performance skills and is a masterful liar. Should you let him join the fortress? I don't know. He's obviously lying about something. Maybe interrogate him first if you can. Wait, hold on. Does he say he's a bard? Because if he's self-identifying as a bard, there's something super sus about that. Poet. Yeah, definitely crimes. Definitely crimes. Oh no, you were drawing smut. How dare. Bastet. How dare you have talent. I feel like we need to make new clothes for these dwarves, actually. No, and then I click on one dwarf and they have full sets of new clothing. I mean, if he's a masterful liar, I would just interrogate him. That's what I would do. And Ingiz wants to join for the purpose of study. All right. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to test something. I just have no idea how well it's going to work. What's the structure? Lava cannons, obviously. So, random Pinterest link gets posted in my chat. I'm hovering over it, and it looks legit. Just, if you're gonna randomly post a Pinterest link, maybe, like, state what it is that you're posting so you don't just get immediately nuked out of existence for being a bot. But just a heads up for future reference. Not the one I was thinking of, but it's a different variation of that particular meme. Just be careful with randomly posting links with no context, that's all. This chat's pretty lenient, but no, it's all good. I'm pretty lenient about that sort of stuff. I don't care so much because, like, what's the worst that could happen? But just be wary about doing that. It did give me pause. Although that kitten has paws, and that kitten's adorable, so, you know, that's fine. Okay, so what I need is I need a way back up.
Prime sub is available. Time to take Bezos bucks.
Homing Drunk, thank you very much for the 14th month. Welcome back. I appreciate you greatly, sir. So what I'm going to try to do, I don't know if this is actually going to work. We'll have to find out. What I'm thinking is minecart come up, minecart turn, minecart turn, minecart turn to here, and then they all loop onto a track right here and go up the back of this, and then split back out to where they're supposed to be when they get up to the top. This is going to be kind of a weirdly complicated setup. But it'll hopefully look really cool. Kind of a roller coaster. Liquid rock pellet accelerator. That's a pretty good set of terminology. Also, speaking of swimming, nothing to do with swimming. I need to put grates up here. And now I've finally fixed my entrance. Stuff is gonna stop trekking snow in from the surface now. And I guess the lava shotgun that I'm building right now is the only place where they'll be able to bring snow in. Till the second message clarifying. I have a link preview thing, so I can like hover and look at it, but I could see it being pretty likely that people would be more inclined to just bonk and ask questions later. All right, let's also go down here, and we're gonna go to workshops. Let's go to furnaces, and then glass. Magma glass furnaces. Ooh, I could use those orthoclase blocks. No, actually, let's do these one tile over. Yeah. Then I can set this up for sandbags, which I think are technically furniture. Yes. Other material. Yep. Actually, I mean, I can just set all of these. I'm not going to get a bag made out of other material, but I really need to sneeze, but my body isn't letting me. Steel bars, let's just cancel that. Let's just cancel that because those jobs are all getting canceled right now. Until we have a surplus again. And let's just say Collect sand. 50. I don't know how many empty bags we have, but we're about to find out. Do I have more beds that need to be placed? Still, like, the biggest source of crappy moods is just lacking numbers of bedrooms. Oh, look at that. Non-major nerd just found a bunch of intruders in his pet kitty. Chases them down, rips them to shreds, very efficiently, with vicious brutality. Cutting directly through the creatures. I mean, isn't in a martial trance. Backup is coming, I hope. Eventually. Jumps over to another creature, takes it out, with the assistance of its giant kitties, who are in fact shaking the giant cave toad around by the front leg, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Delicious. We've got more to deal with. Shoutouts to this dwarf. Doing a damn fine job, I say. Is getting a little tired. That's okay. We'll walk it off. Got a number of kills now, look at that. It depends on who you ask, Suing. Depends on who you ask. Depends on how fast you're at typing, too. Personally, I say it's about the same. But many people disagree with me on that. So that's not accessible just yet. Dwarves can put up with bad if they have rooms. There's elements of truth to that for sure. All right, well, I'm going to send these dwarves back upstairs. I'll turn both of these off for a minute. We're going to jump down into the basement. We're going to watch dwarves run back inside. And then I'm going to lock the basement. So many dwarves coming in. We're in an ad break. I see Deadly Dust so infrequently that I barely even think about it. And when I do, like, I can't remember the last time I had a syndrome from Deadly Dust that actually caused damage to my dwarves. Like, genuinely couldn't tell you the last time that happened. Which is kind of weird, and I feel like shouldn't be the case, but what do I know? The one I just met blinds dwarves in seconds. Oh boy. Good news about that, though, is being blinded doesn't actually hurt or disadvantage the dwarves at all. It just gives them a slight targeting debuff. Like, getting bit by a cave spider is worse than losing your eyes in Dwarf Fortress. Said a Q-Fizz, dwarves blinded and it appears to be slowly burning their skins. See, now that's bad. You don't want your skin to burn off, but like, you don't have to worry so much about them losing their eyesight. The reason, like, just an example of this is literally all Forgotten Beasts are blind. They're all blind. If you actually look at them all, they all say that they have no vision. They cannot see. Which I think is cool. And proves that if it works for them, it should work for the dwarves too. Sending out the remainders. Oh, we do have one running out to go grab something, I assume. Olbach, where are you going? Oh, I see. They're still set to patrol. You shouldn't be patrolling. You should head back inside. Same with you. Now I just have to make sure that my dwarves don't get stuck underground. You see where this is going? I'm definitely biased. Caves are dark anyway. Exactly! Although I like to imagine some of the mushrooms glow, but that's just because I like mushrooms. And glowing mushrooms are a good aesthetic. I don't think that you're in the burrow. Yep, you were not in the burrow. The number of kids in the fort has actually dropped dramatically. Van Ori, thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? For Van Ori continuing to throw very generous numbers of subscriptions into the chat. Appreciate you, dude. That should be everybody. Oh, there comes one more. One. Give it another, like, 10 to 15 seconds. You. Hauling a boulder. Don't want to accidentally starve any dwarfs. Gotta make sure that they all make it inside. Just gonna kind of hope that that's the last one. We'll have to just keep an eye. That was quick that it was pulled. There we go. It's now shut. Let's do one final scan. All right. Not a bad job fighting off the caverns, I say. Means now I can turn off this burrow. Managed to connect 2 continents. Next up is starting some wars. Hell yeah. Who you fighting? That is a lot of cobwebs getting pulled out. And that is a lot of dwarves in the tavern. All right, let's get back to making bedrooms. Unless it's party time. Party time again. What song are we singing? I think this is in celebration of successfully clearing the caverns. We shall call this the Late Winter Festival of Obsidian, year 113. The Oceanic Spry is a sacred group dance originating in the insightful handles. The form guides dancers during improvised performances. The dance is accompanied by the fins of drinking as dancers act out the story of Gongen Ormoisen, and the dancers perform loosely mingled, moving to the music's bop rhythm. The passive dance is punctuated by independent body. Thank you very much, Caveman Dog, for gifting a subscription to Iron Pit. I love the giant cats running around. They're still the silliest thing in this fort, easily. So silly. So silly. So Elfie is anxious after discussing economic data. Meanwhile, Imush is optimistic after discussing economic data. Oh, you ordered it on record? Cool stuff, dude. I'm going to remove Elfie from studying. She's clearly not enjoying it. Rorok wants to join the Frosty Beards as a citizen of Sunbirths. Sure, why not? You've been here this long, might as well. Sounds like you. Being anxious after discussing economic data. I feel like I'd be anxious after discussing economic data, so I kind of feel you. Where can I do this? It's a pretty dwarfy place to make a home. You know, it's a glacier. And then we dumped lava on it, and now there's obsidian everywhere. So now we're carving bedrooms in that area. I should be very careful to not accidentally dig into where I don't want it, but because this would immediately fill my entire fort up with lava if I fuck up this digging. Your digits are freezing? I really want to make like a bet count better joke, but yeah, it's a little bit warmer in my apartment today. It's not quite as cold as it was yesterday. Yesterday was actually kind of chilly in here, but I'm still wearing a hoodie. If that says anything. I still haven't turned the heat on, and it's like it's above freezing outside still, but not much. So this is the best time of year, though, where I can still do this and still not freeze. Give it a couple more weeks, and I'll actually have to turn my heat on, probably. All right. There's space over here for a couple more. You just catch some Drathlas in a cage. Is it worth to breed them? They're like basically cavern elephants. They're pretty large. Yeah, they're pretty large. I mean, they're grazers, so you have to pasture them on grass. But Drathlas they're a pretty decent like leather meat crop, if that's what you're like asking about. And yeah, food variety is good. Any kind of food variety is like the best thing you can give for your dwarves. So if you can gain food variety by breeding Drothlas, it's very much worth it. Very much worth it. Yes, it is. As you can see, these ones all have cabinets. And these ones, mostly, have cabinets. Some of them have both. I've been prioritizing things that aren't necessarily completely filling up bedrooms with everything the dwarf needs. I've just been prioritizing making bedrooms. Is it important? Yeah, if you don't want your forts to be a mess. I realize that you're like being like, why aren't you doing the thing? Because that's not where my priorities are at this exact minute in time. We all prioritize things as they come up when they're important to the fort. Did I get any sand? No, I did not. Okay, so let's make cloth bag 80. Well, I mean, they put used clothing into cabinets. They put items they don't want to wear, but they want to keep into chests. I don't have a ton of crafts for them to equip right now. There are some. And I haven't made clothing in a while. So the older bedrooms need new clothes containers. The old bedrooms, not so much. It's not so big of a deal. Sure, I'll let more dwarves stay here for the purpose of study. Why don't you just, if someone's asking a question, why don't you just, like, state what it actually is instead of the slang term for it? Because sometimes people don't pick up on slang terms immediately. Adamantine is better than steel. Same with godlike metals, which are the randomly generated metals which are in every world. But actually acquiring that stuff's a little bit more difficult. I think being all careful with spoilers in this chat is a little bit redundant. But that's just me. I know some people still insist on calling demons clowns for some reason. Which is bizarre to me, but... Can you make a copy of that layout? If you use keyboard control, you can macro it. And if you use DF hack, you can prefab it, but I like having unique designs every time, so I choose to make unique designs. But then again, I'm also that person who says that if you're like prefabbing in Factorio, you're probably not playing Factorio, you're playing a different video game. But then again, I also don't like Factorio, so don't at me about my thoughts on Factorio, please. So, yeah, I don't know. You sort of can, but I think that it's better to just design every bedroom individually, because that's way more fun. No, that's just people being weird about spoilers and refusing to spoil a game that was spoiled by the Lord of the fucking Rings. Like, it's literally just the player base being spoilers. There are no actual clowns in Dwarf Fortress. They refer to the clowns in hell as clowns so that people don't ask why there's demons or where the demons are. And they refer to hell as the clown car because when you open up hell, they all pile out at once. And I think it's excruciatingly cringe and kind of dumb, and never liked it and never fully got it. To me, some of the worst times in my life playing this game was trying to figure out what people were actually talking about. And then was disappointed when I figured out the thing that people were suggesting and talking about because I presumed that that was the case already and was very perplexed about why people were talking about clowns. Because, duh, the point of the game is digging too deeply and too greedily. And what happens when you dig too deeply and greedily? Fucking Belrog pops out. Because that's just how the story goes. So, I don't know. I've always found it to be very dumb, but... What? Exactly, right, Stonecoat? What? No. Giant flamey Angie Man. Everybody's worst nightmare. Every dwarf wants these heated wall suites. It amuses you? It annoys me because it forces me to explain around things. Which, in case you haven't noticed, I don't much like doing. I do like referring to caverns as the basement, though. Because that amuses me. The best one is the heated one with the gems in the wall. It's definitely going to be the highest rent in this fortress if we had rent. The elves have arrived to trade. Once again. Let's bring 25 pink jades and a bunch of those. Be more than enough. The basement is funny. Yeah, I mean, it was a bit that I came up with on Off the Dome while I was, like, recording tutorials and very sleep deprived. So it was funny then, and it's still more or less funny now. So I would assume that that would mean that it's probably funny for more than one person. More than just me, that is. You know, not currently. Carbardes? But Tarn has said, what if we could climb up and then mine clouds to make flying fortresses? But that's not anything that's in the game yet. There are angels, though. Also, hey, Rev Brown. And also, hey, Prismatic. Hope you're doing well, dudes. Oh, it'd be very damp if you had 3 basements. Which also, one of my favorite fort names I've seen in this version of the game was Great Padinsky's The Basement Gang, which was just a randomly generated name. So it was so good he stuck with it. So he officially became The Basement Gang, which is a great name. Let's send all these down. Just gotta unforbid those two. Do a mass multi-bedroom. Is it okay to be that close? Well, this is actually, I know it might look like a lava base. It's actually a glacier, dweeb. I know that might be a bit deceptive, but trust me, this is a glacier, not a lava base. There is lava here because I put it there. But trust me, this is actually a glacier. An elf diplomat wants to speak with us, blah, blah, blah. You can chop down 9 trees. Okay, it's fine. I still haven't chopped down a tree in like 4 or 5 years. A night dweller. Congratulations, you used to be rich. Chat room, can I get a very big round of beers for a night dweller? No, waiting on my broker to get up here. Get up here, Rami. But yeah, it's okay to be that close. It's like being that close to water. Ironically, the only time I've killed more dwarves with ice, I think, in this fort than with lava, actually. Very spicy water. Oh, the most spicy. All right, so they brought me a normal-sized leopard, a normal toad, and they brought me a panda? Huh. No big animals? Where's my giant animals? I mean, I know a panda would die here. That's a given. But, like, what? Where are my animals? I'm just disappointed is all. They've so consistently been bringing me large animals, and this time they decide not to. I feel mildly betrayed. Instead, I will simply just buy some fruits and veggies. Call it a day. Pandas are tasty? Certainly. It would become my problem. We can't keep this thing alive. I mean, they brought me giant koalas already. And, like, you know, massive other animals, which are great. I feel like I need a second tavern, because this tavern's getting a little full. Or I need to, like, expand the tavern to elsewhere in the fort. Maybe build it, like, a patio or something out here. It's not, the giant camel's not for sale. Also, I have a breeding pair of giant camels already. I'm expanding the tavern. Making a second wing for the tavern. Also, I'm pretty sure I need more breweries. Because if I look at this, I'm seeing the rate at which they're brewing. It's not fast enough. But I think I'm just going to put, like, still. 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 And down here, I'm going to put a stockpile. This can be a food stockpile for no prepared meals. No, actually, we will literally just go into here and just do fruit and leaves. Fruit and leaves. That be all. That is it. If you have enough taverns, will your dwarves do a pub crawl? They will, like, slowly migrate from cavern to cavern. Is Darius still alive? Darius is still alive and he's pissed. I don't blame him. Darius, I found her nose. What do you want me to do with it? I think Darius is going to very generously donate that nose to the Doctors Guild as a artifact curiosity. No, not the nose. Or even better, I got your nose. I'll get him. He's got a nose. Probably my best, my favorite version of that one. All right. Body parts. Darius Cardin's nose. I could also put a foot on this. Oh boy. This is gonna get dark quickly if I just start putting body parts on things.
Crypt beer, crypt beer.
Replay DK, thank you very much for that 8th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you.
Is this that new Rimworld clone I heard about?
It's funny that you say that as I'm putting a dwarf's nose on a pedestal, Clino. Also, hi, Clino. How are you? Dwarf Fortress will help keep you sane through your web design final? Hell yeah. I would need help staying sane through a web design final. That ain't a nose. You knows nothing about what I just did, okay? So I'm gonna make 40 lead statues of leopards, giant leopards. And it's gonna be called the Adorable, no. The Adorable Cat. Boom. Done. No, of cats. Giant leopards, specifically. It's definitely a nose. It says no. Oh, wait. Okay, never mind. You're right. That is, in fact, an ear. Anyway, I'm putting a dwarf's ear on a pedestal. I think that's even funnier that I got it wrong. Also, now we're in an ad, so I gotta wait. Good to hear, Clino. Good to hear. Good to hear. Any rumblings or secrets coming from places? You hear anything? Chat keeps asking me when is adventure mode out, and I'm convinced that I'm just gonna say Thursday. I bugged that room. What? You bugging me about something? What'd I do? Also, the Dwarf Fortress wiki was down for a bit today. It was like not loading for half of us. We doing okay, Neezer? Your dwarf's been out on a mission for several years and may or may not come back at some point. I'm hoping you come back. I will be sad if you don't. That was an eerie discussion. You are correct. I think that I maybe took "give me an ear" a little too literally. A year-long mission. Wait, what? People in ads don't realize that they're actually just benefiting from being in ads because they're missing all my terrible puns. You're marveling at the fact that you got an ad that you get ad break alerts now. If you click on the 3 little diddly dots, you can disable them. Please don't snooze my ads because it doesn't do a very good job of telling me that my ads have been snoozed. And then I don't know when they're gonna pop up next, so. Here we pun there. Here we pun there. Here we pun. I'm trying to like, I'll figure that one out in a minute. You're not touching anything? All right. I mean, I did technically mod you as a temporary mod for release window. If you do want to no longer have those benefits, just let me know and I can remove them from you. I have to read things. Hold up. Okay, so I'm going to chat room. There's 3 words for me to read. 4 words for me to read on the Discord word story. So I'm going to give you guys 3 minutes, maybe 30 seconds to add as many things to Discord word story as you can type. And then I'll get all caught up. All caps Discord! Also, in regards to my giant camels, these are my giant camels. They look massive compared to the perfectly normal-sized elephants. The game has decided to stop. Okay, there we go. I've had this pretty consistent lag hitching, and it's something. It's not killing me or anything, but it is a little bit annoying. Also have an injured dwarf. Do I have like a cancels 425 times job somewhere on here? Nope. Okay. Do I have any stuck units around the edge of the map? Okay, you know what? This person has been here for like 15 years. Sorry. I'm not blaming them directly, but I'm kind of blaming them directly. Overwhelmed by horror. I'm just going to exterminate these stuck characters. Because I'm kind of blaming them. Sorry. Because I cleaned up the caverns. It's still happening. I could send my military to just kill them, but that's a risk. Who am I killing now? Random adventurers or poets who couldn't actually get into my fort for some reason, even though they were invited to. And I'm not sure why they got stuck there, but they did. But it clearly didn't fix it, because I'm still getting the lag spikes. Okay, it's probably not the fact that there's 10 giant olms in the basement. So... it's time to start to suspect other things. I just deleted that stockpile, which isn't what I wanted to do, but it works. So I'm curious if maybe stuff like this will help. A cyclops named Kazist Azerbindozlolok has come. A giant humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Fear its 5-head. It does have a daughter and snow on its feet. Let's politely ask the dwarves to get the hell inside. And I'm going to station a military right here. What? Oh, I see. You were carrying a corpse. I just suddenly saw a body appear there. I was like, why is there a body there? Oh, because that dwarf was carrying a corpse. Brain Fist has been found dead. Oh. Brain Fist got fist to brain. In fact, I was kind of correct. Got scratched in the head, and the severed part sailed off in an arc. Rest in peace, Brain Fist. You were a dwarf who dwarfed them all. You shall be missed. The Cyclops begins dueling with Giant Kitty. Giant Kitty, in this instance, is Zephon Yearwork, the giant war leopard. Misses the Cyclops, and the Cyclops punches the giant war leopard in the rear paw, bruising the fat, and is now on top and has killed the giant kitty, and we all cry. At last punches the giant war leopard in the head, and the injured part collapses. Rest in peace, Zephon the cutesy. You shall be remembered. Shall you meow? Ever onward. And then right over here, we have a collection of dwarves probably... okay, well, I was going to say, why aren't you fighting Vix from Rose? Obviously, it's because you fell asleep. The rest of the dwarves are all up there, but because of my poor design here, they can't actually see them. So I'm actually going to move the dwarves up ever so slightly. In fact, I'm going to station them right there. So they're going to come barreling down the stairs. And here they come. And the creature immediately dies. Kivish slashes the Cyclops in the head with a steel short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc and is credited with the kill. Kivish. I don't know if I'll actually give you a name for that, but what I will do is I will make an engraving right here. And this engraving, K-I-Z-E-S-T, one of the first of its kind, was associated with thunder, strength, minerals, longevity, lightning, and light. So somebody worshipped this creature as a god. I wonder, did my dwarves... you know, there's a definite possibility. Let me check something. So, his name K... Okay. Meeting area, accept, temple. Okay, we have a god called Kizbiz, which is funny. Nobody worships that creature here, from what I can tell. Very decisive victory, yes. Reading time? Reading what? Oh, right, yes. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I got distracted by, you know, that thing. Anyway, so now that that's over, what? When? Where? Why? Whew. Wow. Such a tattoo painted on thou cheeks, masterfully depicting a grand ear and shiny teeth. So we are wandering around this woodland, wondering about cheese, runner, legs, and tiny arms, sleeping atop mountains colored by gods. Just caught up. Thank you. You know, there was that one time we had a fort that everybody in the fortress more or less worshipped a rock, and then the dwarves killed the rock. That was pretty good. Most of the dwarves in that fortress worshipped a specific rock, and then the rock showed up. And they killed it. To the creatures worshipping it? Man, I almost made a bad joke. I mean, maybe. Maybe not. Go with Pyro. Does that give them negative thoughts? What, them killing their god? No. No, they don't know. There's no interactions in the game related to things like that. Which is probably for the best right now. Well, I mean, aside from like the normal, oh god, I saw something die thoughts. Well, gods can be living creatures. So if you have a faction that worships a rock, yes, they could kill it. So I'm gonna make a second tavern, except this one is not going to allow public visitors. It's gonna be the members only tavern. Fortress dwellers only. Heading to bed? You have a good night, dude. This whole thing is taking way too fucking long to build. God is dead and we killed it? Usually, yeah. And honestly, I would say in some cases that's probably for the best. I'm gonna have to use constructed ones, aren't I? Okay, so if I'm gonna have to use constructed, I just might as well just use constructed ramps. God is a DJ, according to some. I don't want to comment on that, to be honest. That's all. Why am I using constructed? Because I'm going up constructed ramps. I can't engrave on constructed ramps. There's going to be a bunch of lava around here. And I don't really want my tracks melting. Which should be pretty obvious as to why I don't want that. I know it's from a song. It's a really annoying song. I don't want to just sit here and complain about a song I don't like. So. Makes you want to do a temple run? What, all of these tracks? Or the God is a DJ bit? All right. I guess I can also queue these up. Van Ori would like you to post beers, chat room. This is going to require so many minecart tracks. It's going to be a colossal pain in the arse to put together. Also, aren't half of these going to just derail? I guess I have to run them on pretty slow speeds. How's the time, Penelope? Yeah, I'm going to have to run the speeds pretty slow when they're getting to this part. So right there is where I'm going to have to run power from. Like right next to this whole thing. Okay, Ilmirin. Why is that terrible news? Are you informing me that I'm no longer allowed to refer to the game the way I want to refer to it? Or are you saying that the game refers to itself that way, thus being the only way that I can refer to it? Because if it's terrible news, one, it's not funny. Two, I don't care. Quite literally, I don't care what the game's executable is called. Only if you give a shit. That's it. I have this advantage here. I don't care. So, it doesn't matter what it gives weight to. It sent you into a cursed area. Yeah, the tutorial is a little gnarly sometimes. It probably plopped you too close to a necromancer tower. To the point where, like, I think the tutorial is fine, but it suffers from the exact problems that the developers thought it would suffer from when they said they would make a tutorial. They're like, it'll be a fine tutorial. Unless it isn't. But, you know. I'm gonna head out. We'll see you later, Salva. Let's also check how many dwarves still need bedrooms. This one isn't full yet. Not too many more. Okay, we may actually have enough bedrooms for the majority now. Even that baby gets their own bedroom. Yeah, we are good. We finally have enough bedrooms. Hallelujah. it gives you a safe spot in that world. And because of how varied the worlds can be, regardless of the settings that you use, it's likely not. Because it's very possible you will end up in a world where what the game determines to be the safest place still isn't an easy place to survive. Unless you know what you're doing. Although, I will admit, I've never actually done the tutorial. So there is that. I'm actually going to need to connect these. And in order to connect these, I am going to have to use up an extra block. This is what it is. I made it about 15 seconds into the tutorial and then was like, yes, I don't need to do this. We're good. Moving on. I think the only, like Dwarf Fortress tutorial maker I know who actually played the tutorial was Das Tactic. Because he did that stream series where he just started with a tutorial world and did his best to survive. And then there's also the fun fact that when this version first launched, the ASCII version, you couldn't zoom in and out. Anyway, the tutorial required you to zoom in and out to progress through the tutorial. So the tutorial was completely uncompletable on the free version. Like, it was actually it would soft lock you, and there was no way out of it. I mean, just because it rains vomit 3 times a day doesn't mean that, like, it's impossible to live here. It's just kind of smelly. It's like how I refer to the music venue I go to whenever I'm... Oh, shit! That still crashes the game? God damn it. Well, at least I know exactly what happened. So, if you click on a item that's under a dwarf that has changed from one type of item to another type of item, while the dwarf is on top of it, it crashes your game. I thought they patched that. I know what Syndrome Rain means, CCJ, but in my mind, it's, I'm Syndrome Rain. This is how far back we are. Is this before or after I finished cleaning out the caverns? It's after, okay. Okay, well that wasn't so bad. Just annoying. Just annoying. Get to queue all that up again. That's okay. We lost about 30 minutes of progress. Grumble, grumble. Oh, I believe that there was worse versions. That doesn't make the version that shipped better. Like, for whatever that's worth. Like, just because it's been worse doesn't make the fact that it should have been better still a fact. Let's make 50 cloth bags. Yeah, we got a crash, and I know exactly what did it. Which, the good news there is it means I'm not at risk of it happening again. Oh, hey, all these people are alive again. All right, this time I will actually just send my soldiers in to kill them. You're making my game lag. You doofuses. Do it twice indeed. That was your strongest defense? It's not a defense, though. Watch this cause like a loyalty cascade. At least that'll be exciting. Feel bad killing these people, but... It's one of those instances of, like, need them off the edge of the map. This one dropped a book. Multiple of your guinea pigs have completely eviscerated a cyclops. Huh. I still maintain that cavies are the most useless creature in the video game. For a massive multitude of reasons. And also do this significantly smoother than I did the first time. Need 6 blocks. Let's use granite. And I was also building a tavern out here, which I never got around to finishing. Yeah, I seem to recall there being a patch note about that exact bug being fixed. So that sucks. And the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down to over here. Yep, because I haven't done this yet either. And I'm going to make a still. I'm going to make a still, make a still, and I'm going to make a still. I'm going to go down to here, and I'm going to make a stockpile for literally just fruit, leaves, and plants. Funny to you? You think that's funny? Drives me nuts. Because I make all of these excuses and reasons to not have guinea pigs, and the best one that I can come down to is I can't get, like, usable bits out of them, and then chat's like, but they're adorable! It's like, I don't care. God damn it. What about my ear? It's not my ear. Also, it's, I think, actually not on the ground this time. You know what? I don't care about the ear. I'm going to throw the ear into the fucking volcano, lava, basement. There's no volcano. Throw it into the basement. I don't care. Fuck the stupid ear. You'll hear about it later. I'm trying to pretend I'm not salty, but I'm salty. So don't push it. Let the salt pass. Pass. What exactly am I trying to build? Lava cannons. Very simple setup. Also, now I'm stuck in an ad, but I don't care. I will keep designating. I'm literally just designating something you guys saw me designate earlier, so. That's just a drawbridge, though, Penelope. Basically, like the quick science version of this, lava go down minecart track really quickly in minecart. Lava hit bottom of track. Lava crash into fortification. Lava fly out of minecart. Lava hit baddie. long version. I know that there's more compact ways of doing this, but this is just the way I know how to do this. And to the person who will always make fun of me on YouTube for not making the compact version, I don't know how to make the compact version. So if you want to laugh and be a meanie, you can. Science, exactly. Could probably also make these faster if you used impulse ramps, which I don't, because I think abusing physics glitches is a little weird. At least impulse ramps I find to be a little weird. They're just not fun to look at and not fun to make, so I don't bother. Never played R&D in SS13. Because it takes a trillionth of the amount of time to build one? Goat Swarm? Main reason? You know what? Let's do it this way. I haven't been sieged yet. Why would I get sieged now? Okay, so I need to move that back and then do ramp. Okay, let's get to it. Let's get back to it, rather. An elven caravan has arrived. Maybe they brought me big animals on this timeline. That's all good, up until I got a crash a couple minutes ago. But aside from that, no complaints. Stream's been good, devilish. Darn crashes, yeah, pretty much. Darn crashes, especially when it's like a bug that I am aware of that I thought that they'd fixed. Which is like, God, fucking shit. That shouldn't happen. I should also really remove this ramp. I want them to use the more central bridge because it looks cooler. No, I shouldn't be doing that. Cut gems. Cut gems. Let's just send these ones. The more valuable ones. Yeah, no, totally. Bigger cannons looks better, sure. I agree the music is intoxicating in fragrance. Oy vey. How we doing out there, chat room? How we feeling? We awake? We good? I'm kind of sleepy today. It's been a long week. Believe it or not. It's been kind of a long week. It's a pretty large camel. It's a giant camel. Also could be referred to as a pretty large camel. I have breeding pairs of them in the basements. My yawns are making you yawn? You have higher empathy than me. I don't think that that's like a myth. I'm pretty sure that that's actually real. That like, if you yawn because other people around you are yawning, it's because you have high empathy. Again, no big animals. They brought a squirrel, but like, who cares? Fine. I will buy their cherries and berries. Need to sell them 7 gems. Dunk. Done. No fun animals on this timeline, damn it. Brew drink from fruit. Let's just do 150. I don't know how many fruit I have, but I probably have some fruit. We do have to speed this process up slightly. Elves, 9 trees. Okay. That is totally fine. Also, buying animals signals them to bring more? No. Giving them high-value stuff makes them bring you more high-value stuff. So if you trade them a lot of high-value, then they bring you more high-value. And for elves, high-value are animals, because they don't have metal or anything. So, like, dwarves will just bring you stuff that's, like, encrusted with a bunch of gems and whatnot. Elves will just bring you higher-value items. So I guess, like, there's an element of truth to that, because if you're buying high-value items, they'll bring you more high-value items. So I don't know if I would say that that's a myth, but... I don't know, I've had some dwarves brawl under the influence. I don't know if that counts as happy. So I'm not entirely certain that this is going to work. But my expectation is that if they all launch at the same time... Then they should be able to make the corner here, right? I should probably build this for 2 and then check it. Because the idea would be to merge them all together onto 1. Well, it depends on if the dwarf enjoys brawling or not. Some dwarves like brawling, some don't. Kind of, if I'm going to do it this way, I should probably run 3 test tracks, I think. So I'm going to build this system, and then I'm going to run 3 test tracks, and we're going to see if it works. Probably just go up that way. I could probably just go up that way. That's probably something we could do. And be wary, I'm still a ways off from being done with this stupid project. Start building out a Gabbro up here. It's so much faster to transport than ice. You're trading, yelling at the caravans. No, bigger! Bigger! We told you to bring the large animals, and all you can bring us are these normal-sized animals. What is this travesty? You imbeciles. We said bigger. And instead you bring us a house cat. You offend us. Elf. I too imagine that. All right, so what I'm gonna need to do is I'm gonna need to build a wall around this. Let's actually do that first. Side first. Turns out there's a lot of construction that still needs doing. So I'm going to need a lot of chains. So I'm actually just going to use iron. I'm going to ballpark this and say iron chain 200? I'm going to guess. That's a ballpark number. You modded in a spirit animal that changes based on what it's doing. Interesting. Why? What's the reason for that? If I can ask. Actually, no, I gotta do the inside first. He made Golden Compass in DF. You know, I've spent my entire life knowing almost nothing about the Golden Compass, and I'd like to keep it that way. For whatever it's worth. Probably, yeah. Prismatic. Okay, hold on. We've got a problem. Dwarf is very injured. Oh, man. Gonna remove this dwarf from all jobs. They've lost the ability to stand, and they can't pick things up, I don't think. I'm going to find a dwarf who is fully clothed. Sometimes that's a challenge. I'm going to screenshot what they're wearing. I'm going to check my cloth supplies. And I'm going to replace our clothing. Okay, we can use detail. Sweet. Cloth trousers. Cloth tunic. Cloth glove. Cloth sock. Cloth. Oh, let's actually do leather shoes. Leather shoes just feel right. Cloth cap. Cloth dress. And let's be nice to our dwarves and give them silk loincloths. Our dwarves earn a reward after so many years of absurdity. They now get to wear underwear. We're just doing 200 of every. I'm aware that not every single dwarf will get something. I'm sure they'll find something, if you catch my drift. All right, so up here. No. Oh. 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 Oh my. The Hydra Zebu Rujit has come. A giant dragon-like monster with 7 heads. You know, when I first saw that, I read that as dragon, and I was genuinely worried. Because imagine what would happen if a dragon showed up on a glacier. I've never seen that, and I kind of don't want to. I'd be a little bit terrified about what would actually happen. You have a good night, Cubini, if you're heading out. All right, so I'd like to try and catch it. Like to try. Don't know if I'll be able to. Elves are still there. No, I would never say that. All right. So this is a lady Hydra. It's got 23 notable kills and 8 other kills. It's got no relationships. Lives at a high energy kinetic pace. You know, if you have a visitor and you interrogate them, it tells you who their groups are, like who their family members are. If I interrogate an animal, does it reveal that information even though we don't get any information out of it? I know that that's a kind of roundabout question to ask. I need to try interrogating one of my jaguars for science because I want to know if this thing has any relatives, that's all. Uh-oh. Iron Pit, I got bad news. You gotta run. Okay. Made it down into a hole. Uh-oh. Where are you going, Rokar? It's bad news, Dwarf, dude. Bad news, Dwarf. I need all of my current military dwarves to actually go to off duty, in fact. That's what I need you to do. Or, you know, I mean, I don't want you to die. I really want you to run. I also don't want you to kill the... Don't... Okay, well. I didn't want that to happen, but I suppose it was inevitable. The many heads of the Hydra bite the dwarf and turn the dwarf into a fine paste. It did actually hit it in one of its necks and in its upper body. Looks like it has a bolt equipped now. It hit its foot it hit his foot so hard it skidded along the ground. What did I expect to happen? Well, I was hoping the dwarf would run away, but yes, got him. A worthy sacrifice. Rest in peace, Rockar. Thanks for being around to be gifted a sub. Who is your father, beast? Yes, pretty much. But yeah. Rumor of our zoos spread. Feed him only breadcrumbs. You've played a very important role, bait. Well, I mean, there was another dwarf there who was smart and ran away. So there is that. All right, well, we've now acquired that. So let's see. This dingo has no relationships. Just looking to see if there's any sus people around. Not really. Okay, so residents, citizens, animals. All right, let's interrogate one of my dingoes. Stray giant dingo. I am interrogating one of my dingoes. This is intentional. The better question actually is, will the game even let me? Game? Do you not let me actually, how come they give me the option if they don't let it work? Okay, it lets me interview a goat, but it doesn't let me interview a dingo. Game, what is this prejudice against dingoes? Why? What? Oh, maybe it's because it's named. Oh my god, that's hysterical, actually, if that's true. Holy shit. So you can schedule interviews against named animals, but not unnamed animals, unrelated to anything, but there's puffins on the map. Rutherer, no witnesses. All right, so... what's the captain of the guard doing? Picking up equipment. The dingo lawyered up. Yep. I mean, it's okay. The goat knows what it did. Also, we found Rockar dead. I'm starting to think we can't actually do it because they're all just sticking to normal jobs. Oh well, whatever. I suppose that's not going to work. Damn shame. It's a damn shame. I was really hoping I could do that, but... Hasn't done anything. The dingo did nothing wrong. You cannot complain about the dingo. There we go. You are actually getting removed now. Ton of forbidden jobs. I will unforbid all of these jobs. And then this up here can just become my new tavern. Okay, well, this was in the timeline where I didn't start making a bunch of lead objects. We're going to make windows. And this is going to be my new tavern. This is going to be a tavern for only residents. This is the exclusive tavern. The other tavern is public. Any visitors or part-time visitors can visit here. This one is just for fortress residents. This is going to be an inn tavern. The Oily Apple is an awful name. So instead, I'm going to call it the Misty Beers. The Misty Beers. I'll go with that. We'll never know. Prismatic. We will literally never know. Let's just do multicolored windows. Stained gem windows, as I like to say. I actually don't like to say that. I just made that up. I got all these gem windows coming in. And there's an ad coming up in a few minutes. Or in like 20 seconds. I forgot I put a spike in front of this dwarf's bedroom because they made a spike. Or at least a dwarf who lived there made a spike. And then I put their spike in front of their bedroom. Completely forgot about that. This tavern's already so busy, though. I mean, like, how could you possibly not want to hang out in the tavern that also comes with the giant koala bears? All right, we are now in an ad. So I will wait. I will now wait. I'm going to see how the video that I put up this morning did. I haven't looked at YouTube all day. I mean, I've been looking at YouTube chat, but that's difference. There's a difference there. It did okay. I like this comment. Shit, you just tripled the size of how big I want my fort to be in 6 minutes. I consider that a success. Also, investments are open. Yep. You guys are already investing, but good luck. Yeah, Epic's if you don't put a space, if you put a space there, it won't work. Yeah, the bot's oddly picky, 404. Sorry about that. That's not a question I can actually answer, Kyle. That is not a question I can answer. Because I couldn't tell you. I don't know. Because the maximum number my PC could handle probably wouldn't be playable. And I would never let the numbers get that big. Because that's not pleasant. I don't want my computer to crash. I don't think you do either. Let's get rid of those. Get rid of those. And I'm going to go into here and I'm going to make a lead statue. I'll have to scroll all the way down here to get to this. And it's going to be a new image of a giant leopard. And the name of this image is going to be the cat, the adore, how about Barbarius? Barbarius cat. And we're going to make 200 of those. 200 lead statues of giant kitty. What's up, Shogun? Over in the YouTube chat. That's the wrong button. Freedom. Although if you're, the smartest way is you just have the YouTube stream up in a second tab. And then when I go into ad break, you just tab over and unmute. That's the Galaxy Brain way to do it. And congrats to the winners. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. As always, if people want dwarves, just let me know. I just realized I screwed this up. Can you be a dwarf migrant, please? Also checking something real quick. You can be Irvad. Prismatic Flux is a novice dyer. He prefers to be alone and is grounded in reality. Tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He isn't particularly curious about the world and occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. He feels envious of others and is quite polite. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has an active sense of humor, occasionally overindulges and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He always points at others when greeting them and blows his breath out when he's annoyed. His hands begin moving when he becomes exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, but is getting used to tragedy. He personally sees lying as an important means to an end. And, was out in a blizzard, now he's grouchy. Wait, hold on, did you just say me so grouchy? Oh no, it makes me so grouchy, okay. Me out in blizzard, me so grouchy. It's like some me like hockey lyrics. And fragrance. You have 2 lovers and way too many children. 6 of them. One of them was, no, your older sister was here and died. Your younger sister is one of the barons here. You have tons of family members. A large portion of them are dead. Darius, Alcord, Kraken, Rokar most recently, Lil Joe, Popliope, Raichu. Right you are. Pythos. Yeah, you know, you had tons of family members here. You aren't a member of a religion. You were previously a member of the Fountain of Binding. And you are driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. Always act with mercy at the forefront of her compassions. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop negative, positive feelings. Bitch, you have 2 lovers and 6 kids. I do not believe that for a second. She is dour as a rule and conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and does not go out of her way to help others. She rarely feels discouraged and she tries to keep her things orderly. She likes to brawl and she dislikes adoration of fighting as an art to be refined, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she prefers to present herself modestly. She gnaws her cheek when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through a day of work. Do you still have a living dwarf? I'm 99% sure you do. Yes, you do. Telenartho the sequel is making a lead statue currently. You're leading that statue astray. Peasant. You know, actually, let's just go down the list and just assign using that DF hack screen, because it's pretty good. Search for need for training, and then just start adding people. Thunk. 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 Dupe. Zuntir the poet, or the peasant we'll toss in. Toss you in there. No. Although there is a setting that you can turn up to get more mining stuff from miners. In fact, in older versions of the game, it was the default setting that you'd get more from each thing mined, which actually kind of threw me off when I first started playing this version, because it was like, oh, wow, like, they really do not go out of their way to pick up stuff. I need to make more. Steel. Buckler. Let's make 10 of them. Woodcutter? Don't you normally like a lady dwarf, devilish potato, or am I crazy? Can you have dwarf? No. Of course you can. If you want this one, you can have it, devilish. Okay. A devilish potat is as avaricious as they come, obsessed with acquiring wealth. He feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him. He enjoys being in crowds and isn't particularly ambitious, is assertive and is quick to form negative views about things, often acts impartially, is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to share his experiences and thoughts with others. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of falling in love. Aww. Personally finds those that engage in trade and commerce fairly disgusting, thinks romance is very important in life, and values a harmonious existence and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. I learned about weaponsmithing. It's very interesting. You are very satisfied after learning about weaponsmithing, and you're at a weaponsmithing demonstration. You don't have any lovers, and you're a member of the Last Doctrines. I should make a temple to the Last Doctrines, because there seems to be quite a few dwarves that worship the Last Doctrines. Let's say, who's your best friend? Your best friend is a baron who is not a permanent member of the fortress. And let's jump over to this dwarf. Doran! Doran here, the weaponsmith, is now officially Io Kaio Doka. I think I spelled that right. Kyokyo Doka. You are a nervous wreck. I'm sorry. Never fails never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, but would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. So you're a nervous wreck who will seek out the scariest situations to then run away screaming. You're like those girls that go to horror movies just to like cry on their boyfriends. Or like the people that go into the haunted houses just to like barrel straight through it screaming. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, generally finds himself quite hopeful about the future. He tends to hang on to grievances and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He rarely feels discouraged and has a sense of duty. He often is cheerful and doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, at least for a time, and doesn't care about much anymore. This dwarf also believes that crafting a masterwork someday is the greatest goal in life, personally respects perseverance, finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and doesn't care about art one way or another. He's 59 years old and has a buttload of friends. Yeah, and that's you. Your dwarf is a mess. I don't know, you're not that bad. You're a member of the Farmers Guild, the Foggy Guild. You're a member of the Weaponsmiths Guild, and the Amethyst Company. Amethyst Company, which is the Metalsmiths Guild. You YouTuber dwarf? Oh god, that's even worse. Just, gets super scared super easily, but does it anyway because money. But I don't know. I don't think your dwarf's that much of a mess. I think your dwarf is mostly fine. For reference, these are very quick and easy to set up underground. The reason this is so difficult for me to set up is because I'm doing it above ground on a glacier. Meaning I have to reconstruct everything instead of being able to, you know, just carve it out of like boulders and then forget about it, which is the easy way to do this. The fact that I have to do it this way means that I have to do things one tile at a time. Is this supposed to be? So minecart go up here. Okay. Minecart go down this hill really quick. Minecart land on grate. Minecart hit wall. This wall is going to be made into fortifications. Lava shoots out of minecart because the minecart just falls down here onto this. And that then gets run all the way along here through lava, fills back up with lava, then gets propelled up the back of this to up here, then screeches around this corner, ideally then screeches around this corner. I hope that actually works. And then up this, all the way up the side, and then back down and around. Is what this is going to be. The problem is it's one of the most elaborate death machines I've ever made in this game. Yes. It's an automatic, fully automatic lava hucker. Oh boy. I think the murder mittens had murder kittens. So, something that I haven't mentioned at all since it happened is now we have a Hydra. I don't know where to put the Hydra. Where do I put the Hydra? Maybe in the library? Guess I could make a Hydra cage in the rafters of the library. That could be kind of cool. You want me to kill the Hydra? Why would you want me to kill the Hydra? What is wrong with you? That Hydra is our most valuable asset, my friend. Also, training the kitties, it would probably just kill all the kitties. I think that you are misunderstanding the strength of the cats versus the strength of the Hydra. Oh, we're not looking at efficient here. We're looking at elaborate and entertaining. Shogun. But yes, that is a very efficient way of getting rid of stuff. If I was looking for efficiency, I would not be building this. Speaking of efficiency, though. Let's also just put bags in here. Dwarves are still incapable of collecting sand, so. I mean, it's like a 1 in a million chance that we'd actually get a second Hydra. So, at this point, I'm just going to accept that I probably won't get a second Hydra. So I'm just going to use that Hydra as, you know, decoration somewhere. Because I'm not expecting to get a second Hydra. You know what? Fuck it. Ah, jeez. If I don't do this, I'm going to regret it. Is there another Hydra on the planet? I don't know. There's no way of knowing. There probably is. Maybe. There could be. But because I don't have legends, I'm not going to force it. It's certainly possible. But will we see another one? It's anyone's guess. They're like dragons, where every world has a handful, and it's very rare that they actually multiply. No thank you, Marcelo. Please don't ever suggest I use DF hack things, otherwise I will just, in future, ignore you. I'm well aware of the DF hack tools that could speed up this process. If I wanted to use them, I would simply use them. This is coming from the YouTube chat. So I've built my first fortress, and I've hit the dwarf cap, and I'm making and selling goods and slowly learning the game by watching the 7-hour tutorial. Any recommendations? I don't know. What are you looking for recommendations on? That's hard to say. Chat room, here on Twitch. Give the YouTuber some lovely recommendations. Ooh, Wobak has withdrawn from society. Twas you. Feels content after a pretty decent meal. Keep playing? Or keep olaying, depending on whether or not you want to put the accent on that or not. Nickel silver. It gives you developer tools. Justin Lewis. Also, the dwarves are partying. Unlikely, Gonzo Gorilla. There's probably just a war going on. Okay, so I just realized my oopsie. I was sitting here going, why in the world are the dwarves not collecting sand? I'd swear that they'd be collecting sand by now. And now I just realized it's because I haven't designated a sand zone yet. I think I'm tired. Great. Well, I'm smart. I think the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to deconstruct this garden in the corner and make this into a sand zone. I'm going to place 2 gold bars there. Put a door right there. And let them gather sand from here. There we go. That should be a collect sand job. Why gold? Because I had 2. Why not? It's either that or they just sit in my inventory for forever. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here. And I'm going to make a sand bag stockpile. Specifically. And then I'm going to make a thing that's going to slowly, and I do mean slowly, filter out the full bags from the sandbags. I'm going to use the 1 tin bar I have. Volbach the weaponsmith has created Emezagod. Mustral Mothbast, a large serrated nickel-silver disc, and offers it to the frothy beards. Well, ain't that wonderful? Why, thank you so much, Dwarf. This nickel-silver disc is clearly a glorious artifact, and it shall be treasured. This is a large serrated nickel-silver disc. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round obsidian cabochons and decorated with tunnel tube and encircled with bands of nickel, silver, and cushion microcline cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of pink jade, obsidian, and on the item is an image of Dykeyond, the fragrant strangulation. A short sword, the fragrant strangulation. The short sword in iron. On the item is an image of an ibex man in microcline. It's an ibex, man. It's very different from, he's a government man. All right, so I'm going to make a cage trap, or a trap over here, and I'm going to use the one thingy. There you go. The second artifact weapon trap I have. But yeah, no, the grate stops the cave moss from growing, so I can just keep collecting indefinitely without having to worry about that. That's all it really does. And I can connect you. Going to add, actually matter, we'll just use this bismuth bronze one. We're gonna call this sandbags. Move all these. Load from that. Sand. Bags. All, and all. There we go. Yeah, it gives them something to appreciate. That's a good way of putting it. So now as this slowly starts to fill up with sandbags, the sandbags will all just start stacking up there. Once we have a good stack of sand, we can just start, you know, making ourselves some glass. I'm just not gonna worry about that. So yeah, they're gonna start filling these. They'll fill pretty quick. Yeah, I like to give my dwarves something to appreciate when they're running around in the fortress. I mean, like, come on. You know, they're spending so much time here. Might as well give them the opportunity to, you know, relax a little bit and admire the scenery. And in this case, the scenery is very much just, you know, a pretty thing to look at for a split second before you move on to the next part of the fort. Placing a bunch of statues. We are stuck in an ad break, so... I kind of want to rename the tavern to, like, the Screaming Leopard or something. BRB Elfie, alrighty. And now just wait until the ads are done. You know, Marcelo, right? I'm very, 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 very particular about what features of DF Hack I use, right? And you're more than welcome to be like, hey, you should use this. I'm never going to use ones that I'm not already using. Unless I decide of my own volition to start using a thing, I won't. So there's no point in recommending I check it out, because I'm well aware of all of the tools that are in DF Hack, and I've tried all of them. don't like using the vast majority of them. I'm okay with some tedium because I play these types of games. If you want the game to play itself, you're more than welcome to. All right, seems like ads should be pretty much done. I'm just placing a whole bunch of statues. Well, for me, it's mostly two things for me primarily. Thing number one, whenever people recommend DF hack tools for me to use, it makes it seem like I'm unaware that they exist. Actually, it's mostly just that. It's like, of course I already know that they exist. Yeah, go nuts, DS. You're more than welcome to use tools that make your game more pleasant to play. I try and play the game in as vanilla a state as possible. Quite literally, the only reason that I'm using the search function is because it speeds up the process of naming dwarves for viewers. Gotta wait for the game to save. Circle calculator? What? Why would you need that? Draws you a circle with blocks. I mean, okay, so like I've never fully understood why people are bad at drawing circles for clarity's sake here. I just draw a circle. I've never understood why people need help drawing circles or why people have a hard time drawing circles. So when I need a circle, I just draw a circle. So I've always found all of that stuff kind of redundant, but so pardon my unawareness if I'm just like, what? Why? Yeah, now you're explaining how the tool works. I asked you to stop that a minute ago. I realize you're being helpful. Well, thank you. But I did just ask you to not do that. It's not just about me in this instance, okay? So, I would appreciate you if you'd listen to me. Very scared this whole thing's gonna melt. Because this is all gonna have lava in it. Genuinely worried this is gonna collapse when I fill it up with lava. I'm gonna have to like go through and like reseal all of this, aren't I? Okay, well, good to know. Good to know for future me. Oops, wrong materials. That's the siege workshop, is the large workshop. What do your does your visitors get stuck in small lakes too? I find that usually happens if you don't have enough public locations for them to go to. Like, they're trying to get to a specific type of room. Like, as an example, they're trying to get to a tavern or a temple or a place to meet with people or something. Did I just queue up adamantine ballista arrows? That's the first one of the day, damn. So usually they're trying to find a very specific type of location. I would try and make more locations accessible. Really need cabinets for these dwarves. So we're using Gabbro. Oh, shit. Never made these 2 beds. That was in the other timeline. It perfect because your brain is small? Perfect circle. Thunk. 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 I guess that's no longer a circle now. It's now a weird star thing. So you remove this. Perfect circle. Done. Let's do a slightly larger one. 8 by 8. Okay, this ain't gonna fit. Shit. Well, I mean, I guess actually the way I would probably do this is just like cut it off there. There you go. There's circles. Pretty simple. I don't know. For me, circles are something that just took like an hour and a half of practice. And that was about it. But I guess I could understand it. If it's something that you've never really practiced before. You know, ironically, I'm, from my vague memory, way worse at actually creating coherent designs in Minecraft. And the reason for that, at least back in the day, was because of the first-person perspective. Like, I have a much harder time deciphering the distance between things in a first-person environment than I am in a environment like this, where I can just kind of see everything. I still don't have any of those. Let's get these dwarves sleepified. You just drowned a bunch of merchants walking through it. They ended up dead in your well. Well, that's unfortunate. Human merchants are here to trade. Well, the question is, well, I guess actually I have a lot of amulets. I should probably just sell them those. So I have just been kind of making bone crafts for a while now. As much as I kind of don't like mass-producing crafts, I had tons of bones and was getting tired of just throwing them away. So it's like, I guess fine. I'll make crafts for once. It's like bone crafts and shell crafts. It's like if you happen to have a surplus of them, it's just... It's a free resource, I suppose. Not a skill I like to train my dwarves in too much, if I can avoid it, but... certainly won't hurt. Trade legwear. Let's trade armor. Sweet tunic. I'm so happy that I had a noble for a while who kept forbidding the sale of tunics. I'm happy that that's done. Your friends and you use tools in Minecraft to assist with that, building schematics in spectator mode and game freeze and single-step progression of the game, speed up debug mechanics. Yeah. I'm kind of happy I stopped playing Minecraft like a decade ago. Like, there's parts of Minecraft that I look at these days and I'm like, man, that looks awesome. And then there's parts of Minecraft that I look at these days and I go, man, I'm so happy I don't have to deal with any of that. Whenever I hear people talking about like keeping servers running and stuff for Minecraft, it's like, oh my God. It just sounds like a lot. Humans have arrived and they wish to speak. Oh wow, we did actually get to trade this time. That's good. I'm actually going to ask them to bring me wood. They want seeds. Okay. I like putting cut gems on pedestals because they look pretty. What I actually like doing with gems. But yeah, there was an era where I played a decent enough amount of Minecraft, and I think that was good for my whole life. You only enjoy Minecraft when the kids are looking for a game to play with you? Yeah, that's fair. You won't trade that away for anything. Yeah, that makes sense. Guess I'll buy the bars to mix stuff out of. Wow, much smaller trade goods this time. I was gonna say, I'll buy the cheese. Can't afford the cheese. Buy some of the cheese. And also buy the fish. Because fish is V-cheap.
Cheese for everyone.
Correct. And I'm gonna buy the meat bits. This variety is good, and I will also buy their large gems. Well, not all of them, apparently. Thank you, or thank you, humans. They seem to be ecstatic with the trading. Works for me. I realize there's still one item to be brought over, but that is okay. You hate the polishing that they did to Minecraft? Yeah. I stopped playing and enjoying Minecraft around the time they started adding the crafting mechanics. I liked Minecraft when it was like this weird 3D Lego game that you could play in a multiplayer server on. And me and some friends, at least at the time, did keep playing once they added that stuff, but it pretty quickly, at least for us, went from being this game that we really enjoyed like fiddling around with to being borderline insufferable for us. I like it's hard to explain. It's a weird feeling, I suppose. Is like the best way to put it. It's very strange because it should have continued to be something I liked playing, but it stopped being something I liked playing very quickly. And I'm still not totally sure why. Like, on paper, I should still enjoy and play Minecraft, but I just stopped. I don't know if you've ever had a game like that, chat room, but that was very much the game for me, where I just kind of was like, well, this is really cool. I really like this. And then one day just like never played it again. Still don't know why. Just had your fill? Yeah, I guess so. Probably something to do with that. Should also start them training that Hydra. The caged guest. I mean, you can ask this chat. I have not once streamed Minecraft, if that's what you're asking. Also, I don't think anybody plays vanilla Minecraft anymore except for kids that are playing on Xbox. Okay, so you can go from here down here. Okay, why did that job cancel? That's weird. Okay, now New Dwarf finally figured out that that needs to be channeled. That's okay. I can do this. I also will never fully understand why these work the way they do, where rollers need to be connected to something in very specific instances. Actually, like, kind of annoying. It's like, sweet, so rollers, if placed here, don't need anything holding them. If placed there, oh wait, okay, never mind. That time it let me do it. Interesting. What about you? Good to know. Never mind. My complaint is not valid. That being said, you might be using ropes. I need you to use chains. Yep, you are in fact using ropes. I want you using chains. Because this is going to be doing stuff with lava, so I can't screw it up. To be very careful. Now going from the bottom up is going to be a bit of a pain. Cavern dwellers. Cat found cavern dwellers. Seems like it may be time for us to clean the caverns again. Before I can do that, we got plenty of other things we got to do. Do you have a rule of thumb for how many rollers to use per Z level if you want to go up? I just cover everything in rollers, honestly. They just need to go all the way up to the all the way up to and onto the ramp going up. Otherwise, it won't work. That's the main caveat, is like it just has to go all the way up to the edge of the ramp. Otherwise, it won't go up, which is weird. Which is like most things in Dwarf Fortress, which is weird. This is a weird game. A weird game with weird interactions where weird thing happens sometimes. All right, chat room. Speaking of weird games with weird interactions where weird things happen sometimes. I've been live for almost 9 hours, and it's been a long day. So what we're going to do is we're going to change games. I'm going to play something else for the remainder of the stream. But I am shutting the YouTube chat down. So Twitch chat, if you would like to say goodbye, YouTube chat, now's your chance to do this. And for those of you watching the VOD, more VODs can be found over at Blind Extras YouTube channel. And of course, YouTube, if you want to keep watching, hop over here onto Twitch. We don't bite much. Generally. Guess you're swapping to Twitch, lol. Yeah. The YouTube channel doesn't watch me stream other things as much as they watch me stream Dwarf Fort. So All right. Also, it's less effort for me to manage one chat instead of two.